agency and the hope to safeguard our planet's future. As the chair of the ASEAN 2025, Malaysia carries the hope of close to 700 million people of the ASEAN wanting to be part of the sustainable world for all. Under the theme Inclusivity and Sustainability, the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to COP30 call on developed countries to deliver the means implementation to developing countries and to support multilateral climate goals and global climate cooperation. At this call, Malaysia supports the presidency call for global mobilization, a global multi-role of governments, cities, indigenous people, businesses, and civil society working together for implementation, innovation, and justice. Malaysia also reaffirmed its full commitment to the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC. In 2024, we submitted our first PTR and are currently undergoing the technical aspect review process. We submitted our NDC 3.0 on 24th October 2025 and mean to peak GHG emission between 2029 and 2034 and reduce absolute 15 to 30 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent for that peaking year. Up to 20 million tons for reduction is expected to come from domestic effort. A further 10 million tons reduction will depend on the enhanced international support in the form of financial assistance, technology transfer, and capacity building. Domestically, Malaysia is embedding climate resilient, low-carbon transition and nature-based solutions into our development agenda. We are expanding renewable energy, exploring nuclear as a low-carbon option, promoting CCUS, and enhancing sustainable fuels, such as hydrogen and biofuels. We will be introducing a carbon tax for the iron, steel, and energy sector in 2026. This effort aligns with our key policies such as the National Energy Transition Roadmap, New Industrial Master Plan 2030, and long-term low-emission development strategies. Malaysia's commitment to tackling the climate crisis has been well articulated in the National Climate Change Bill, a legal instrument that promotes climate governance, transparency, and accountability. It will chart our pathway toward net zero by 2050 through alliance, economic reform, social inclusion, environmental protection, and climate action. At this scope, Malaysia recognizes the agency of several core themes. First, adaptation and resilience. Second, forest, ocean, and biodiversity. Third, inclusion, justice, and social dimensions. Fourth, implementation and innovation. Mr. President, the work gathered here in the Amazon are not only to bear witness, but also to act boldly, inclusively, and justly. Malaysia stands ready to work together with all parties gathered here in BELEM by responding to the agency through accelerated implementation and international cooperation. Together, we should close the emission gap and keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius alive. Thank you. Terima kasih. Obrigado.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Tan Le Công, Vice Minister of Agriculture and Environment of Vietnam. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vietnam delegation, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the government and people of Brazil and the city of BELEM for their hospitality and effort to organize COP30. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, COP30 is taking place in context where humanity is enduring increasingly extreme and unpredictable climate change, causing dangerous, severe impact. To realize this goal set out in the Paris Agreement, we need unity in perception and action. We must uphold multilateralism and strongly promote the spirit of solidarity and cooperation among all nations and peoples based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capability. In this spirit, Vietnam proposed the following key points. First, developed countries with financial, scientific, and technological capabilities must fully fulfill their responsibilities and make stronger commitment on GHG emission reduction. Second, developed nations need to fulfill, implement financial commitment to take lead in mobilizing at least $300 billion annually and working toward the $1.3 trillion per year roadmap to support developing countries. Especially, there is an urgent need to balance financial resources allocated for adaptation and mitigation and to increase significantly grant and concessional loan. Accordingly, finance for adaptation must reach at least 50% of the total climate finance. Third, there is an urgent need to expand and finalize the implementation of the Early Warning for All initiative to protect lives and assets of people from increasingly severe climate disaster. Finally, the role of the United Nations must be further promoted in establishing and enhancing effectiveness of the global governance system and strengthening cooperation among countries to address non-traditional security challenges, including climate challenges. As one of the developing countries most severely affected by global climate change, Vietnam has seriously implemented its international commitment on climate change adaptation and mitigation. Vietnam is continually improving its institutions and policies, gradually creating a consistent and synchronized legal framework for climate change adaptation and mitigation, just energy transition, a new groundbreaking mechanism to promote green transition, carbon neutral development. We are currently developing and piloting a domestic carbon market alongside the allocation of greenhouse gas emission for major emitters in the thermal power, cement, and steel sector. Only with a stronger spirit of cooperation and greater determination to act can creative, comprehensive, and equitable global climate action in BELEM. I thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Helena Dirsen, Deputy Minister of Climate and Environment of Sweden. Madame, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, as we all know, the impacts of climate change are increasingly evident across the globe. It's up to us to respond. This year's NDCs provide an excellent platform for the response. Taken together, they show us how we have come in limiting the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. They also show us that we collectively need to do more, primarily the G20 countries, which account for 80% of the global emissions. From a Swedish perspective, we believe the NDCs also provide a platform for development pathways, highlighting the solution we will deploy not only to limit temperature rise and strengthen resilience, but also to build a growing economies for the future. The Swedish message has constantly been urgency and opportunity. Urgency based on what science tells us, opportunity based on the economic growth, jobs and strengthened competitiveness that climate transition brings. Sweden has reduced its emissions by 33% since 1990, while at the same time having grown its GDP per capita by 58%. This, for Sweden, climate action and strengthened competitiveness goes hand by hand. I'm proud to see the engagement from Swedish business sector and actors and the innovative solutions they bring to the table. Now, it's up to all of us to put in place the policies that stimulate demand for the solutions we know are available. And we can set the bar high because the science is clear. The solutions exist and are within our reach. Sweden has a long and proud history of innovation. From being a poor agricultural society, Sweden grew into one of the world's most competitive and forward-thinking economies. It's also on the Swedish basis, on that Swedish basis, its climate diplomacy is built around the three pillars: policy, finance, and technology. We work with partners to advance ambitious climate policies under the Paris Agreement, including carbon pricing. Businesses constantly call for these measures, which is not only an effective tool for reducing emissions, but also a source of revenue. Also, I want to highlight sustainable circular bioeconomy and mitigation by substituting fossil-based options in other sectors. This boosts local and regional livelihoods as well as security of supply. Let me also underline the importance of gender equality in an effective climate action. For the second pillar, finance, we encourage the mobilization of finance by embedding climate actions within national budget and planning processes. In 1924, Sweden's international climate finance amounted to $1.1 billion. This year, we are also proud to serve as co-chair of the Green Climate Fund. Third pillar, technology. We highlight the solution that, in our cases, business can really provide all across the world. We will continue working with the Brazilian presidency and all parties to ensure a negotiated outcome of COP30 that sets the direction of accelerating implementation of all the NDC. We call for a process within UNFCCC and strengthens collaboration. We look forward to working with all of you to harness the benefits of green transition, seizing opportunity and responding to the urgency of the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Nascimento da Costa Alexander Soares, Secretary of State for Climate Action and Sustainable Development of Angola. Mr. You have the floor.
Senhora Presidente da COP30, Excelências, Ministros e Chefes de Delegações, Excelências, Senhores e Minhas Senhoras, em nome do Governo da República de Angola, gostaríamos de saudar o Governo da República Federativa do Brasil e a Presidência da COP30 pela hospitalidade e liderança exemplar na organização deste evento. É uma grande honra me dirigir ao segmento ministerial da COP30. Esta conferência acontece num momento decisivo. O mundo precisa transformar compromissos em ação e ações em resultados concretos para as comunidades mais vulneráveis. Sob a liderança de Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola e Presidente em exercício da União Africana, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a transição climática justa, inclusiva e resiliente. Angola iniciou já a implementação do seu NDC 3.0, alinhado à mitigação, à adaptação, à biodiversidade, a energia limpa, a gestão sustentável das florestas, com enfoque numa economia de baixo carbono e a proteção das populações mais afetadas pelos impactos das alterações climáticas. Avançamos também com a elaboração do primeiro Plano Nacional de Adaptação às Alterações Climáticas, reforçando, sobretudo, a gestão dos riscos climáticos, sistemas de alerta precoce e resiliência hídrica. Aliados a esse esforço, tem estado a ser reforçado um quadro regulatório ambiental, a implementação de um sistema de MRV com preparação de instrumentos estratégicos que irão facilitar o acesso a mecanismos financeiros climáticos, incluindo a operacionalização do mercado de carbono, hidrogênio verde e soluções baseadas na natureza. Excelências, permitam-nos ser claros, a África não pode ser deixada para trás, pois o sucesso global depende de um novo paradigma de financiamento que seja previsível, acessível e capaz de responder às necessidades reais de adaptação, perdas e danos, e, portanto, precisamos transformar promessas em fluxos financeiros efetivos. Angola defende a operacionalização plena do Fundo de Perdas e Danos, a aceleração do compromisso financeiro para a adaptação, o reforço da arquitetura global de financiamento climático, integrando o papel dos bancos regionais africanos. Forte colaboração para tecnologias limpas, energias renováveis e economia azul. Em Belém, Angola traz uma mensagem simples: não há desenvolvimento sem resiliência climática e não há resiliência climática sem uma justiça climática. Auguramos, pois, que a COP30 seja um marco histórico que viabiliza a implementação efetiva da Agenda 30, colocando o ser humano e a sustentabilidade como prioridades nos centros das decisões, e aproveitamos para reafirmar o nosso compromisso em trabalhar com todos para garantir que a COP30 deixa um legado às pessoas e ao planeta. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Atanas Kostadinov, Deputy Minister of Environment and Water of Bulgaria. Mister, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me begin by thanking Brazil for hosting COP30 here in Belem, a city that reminds us both the urgency of the climate crisis and the power of nature that we must protect. The world today is in a real battle, a battle between the fast-moving changes in our climate and our old traditional ways of thinking and acting. Climate impacts are accelerating, but many of our systems and habits still belong to another time. The clash shows us that we must adapt faster and rethink how we respond. For Bulgaria, climate change is already a lived reality. We have experienced severe floods, drought, storms and wildfires in recent years. These events have tested our resilience, challenged our communities and reaffirmed the scientific imperative to keep 1.5 within reach. This goal remains essential for safeguarding our shared future. We stand firmly with the European Union's collective effort grounded in scientific-based policy making. In 2023, Bulgaria's greenhouse gas emissions decreased by more than 60% compared with our base year. Emissions in 2023 decreased with more than 22% in comparison with the emissions from the previous year. At the same time, we need to recognize Europe's diversity. Member states have different economic structures and different capabilities. Yet, despite these differences, the EU has managed to build the world's most ambitious climate policy, prove that shared ambition is possible when countries work together. As we enter to the high-level segment of COP30, allow me to highlight three key messages. First, accelerating global ambition is essential to keep 1.5 alive. Second, we need stronger ambition on adaptation. Third, unity built on diversity is our strongest asset. The EU's experience demonstrates that unity does not require uniformity and that shared ambition is possible even when the national circumstances differ. Let us bring the same spirit to the global stage, dear colleagues. When we bring our strengths together, align our efforts, and support each other, we multiply our impact and become far better equipped to face a challenge as immense as climate change. In conclusion, distinguished delegates, we are all children of the Mother Nature, and all of us are vulnerable, but we cannot face this crisis by acting as children. We must act with maturity and responsibility. Bulgaria, as an European nation, extends its hand that we can move forward together. The time for preparation is over. The time for implementation has come. Let COP30 be the moment when determination replaces hesitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Paula Povalu Mau, Chief Secretary and Secretary to Cabinet at the Prime Minister's Office of Tonga. You have the floor.
Presidents, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Malolele, and I bring warm greetings to you all from the friendly islands of the Kingdom of Tonga. President, I'm honored to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency for this 30th COP. My delegation assures you of our unwavering support as you lead us during this significant global climate summit. Allow me to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Brazil and the people of BELEM for their generous hospitality, and also thanking the UNFCCC Secretariat for their tireless and continuous efforts in organizing this vital climate conference. President, climate change remains the most essential threat to Tonga. The scientific consensus is clear. Human activities has driven significant rise in greenhouse gas concentrations. The consequences of continued emissions are severe and alarming. Despite our best efforts, the 2025 NTC synthesis report and the UNEP emissions cap report paint a sobering and troubling picture. The world remains off track to meet the Paris Agreement goals and to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit within a limit. We must accelerate the phase down of unabated coal use and phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Achieving net zero emissions by 2050 is critical. Science shows that climate change threatens Tonga's land, ocean, and marine resources and are vital to livelihood, survival, and sustainable development. Tonga has seen increasingly cyclone intensity and sea level rise, rising 7.3 millimeters per year, surpassing the global average, causing coastal erosion, flooding, and loss of infrastructure and habitats. Saltwater intrusion is harming groundwater, increasing soil salinity, and reducing agricultural productivity. Rising ocean temperatures have caused widespread coral bleaching and a decline in marine biodiversity. Tonga, an negligible greenhouse emitter, remains committed to its climate frameworks, NDC 3, 10 plus, 2022-2035, LT-LEDs by 2050, and Tonga's NEP by 2028. This will be achieved through 70% renewable electricity and strengthen its electricity efficiency, along with IPPU adaptation and loss and damage targets, marking a crucial step in enhancing resilience. Tonga reiterates the critical importance of timely and adequate climate finance to implement mitigation adaptation measures. Securing such finance is a top priority. Without it, strategic actions cannot be realized. We continue to call on developed countries to honor their long-standing commitments to provide predictable scale-up finance to support Tonga. Actions under the Paris Agreement must align with Sendai Framework, SDGs, ABAS, and Kigali amendments to coherent and effective implementation. Tonga fully supports Australia's bid to co-host COP31 as the Pacific COP, providing a platform to Pacific states to amplify solutions. In closing, we hope that COP30 fosters genuine partnership, cooperations, and ensures all voices are heard in achieving the various goals. The decisions and choices we make today will shape the future of our country, our generation, and those to come. I thank you.
Thank you. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abubakar Ben Mahamoud, Minister of Environment and Tourism of Comoros. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Mesdames et Messieurs, les chefs de délégation, distingués délégués, honorables assistance, c'est un grand honneur pour moi de prendre la parole devant cette Assemblée au nom de l'Union des Comores, en ces lieux, l'Amazonie, symbole planétaire de résilience climatique. Je tiens à remercier chaleureusement notre ami le président Lula da Silva et le peuple brésilien pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'organisation de cette COP historique dans une région aussi vitale pour l'équilibre climatique mondial. Honorable assistance, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous nous réunissons ici aujourd'hui alors que le monde traverse une crise climatique sans précédent. La science est formelle, le réchauffement atteint déjà 1,2 degrés Celsius et nous nous dirigeons vers plus 2,7 degrés Celsius d'ici la fin du siècle si nous ne changeons pas de cap. Chaque dixième de degré supplémentaire aggrave les risques. À plus 2 degrés Celsius, c'est la disparition de 99% des récifs coralliens et le déplacement forcé de plus d'1 milliard de personnes d'ici 2050. Les pays en développement qui contribuent le moins aux émissions mondiales en supportent le poids le plus lourd. Dans mon pays, l'Union des Comores, un État insulaire au cœur de l'océan Indien, le changement climatique est une réalité. Ce n'est pas une abstraction pour nous, c'est une menace existentielle. Plus de 60% de notre population vivant sur le littoral est directement menacée par la montée des eaux, l'érosion côtière grignote nos terres et les cyclones s'intensifient. En 2019, le cyclone Kenneth a affecté 345 000 personnes et a causé des dégâts estimés à 185 millions de dollars, soit 16% de notre PIB. C'est pourquoi, au nom de l'Alliance des petits États insulaires en développement, je réitère l'urgence de reconnaître et de mettre en œuvre le principe de circonstances particulières des PEID. Ce principe doit guider l'action climatique internationale, conformément aux responsabilités communes mais différenciées et aux capacités respectives. Institutionnaliser ce principe dans les procédures, les financements et les mécanismes de décision afin de garantir notre participation pleine et entière aux instances internationales. Sans cela, l'équité et l'égalité souveraine des PEID resteront des principes vides de sens. Honorable assistance, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Global Stake doit être un tournant. Les CDN actuels ne couvrent que 30% des réductions nécessaires pour rester sous la barre des 1,5 degrés Celsius. Nous devons collectivement adopter une feuille de route accélérée avec des objectifs clairs. Mettre fin à la déforestation d'ici 2030, tripler les capacités en énergie renouvelable d'ici 2035, doubler le financement de l'adaptation avant 2030. Ces engagements sont le seuil de crédibilité de notre action commune. Les promesses de financement doivent être tenues. Les 300 milliards de dollars par an promis à la COP29 doivent être débloqués et le nouveau cadre collectif quantifié doit refléter les besoins réels, plus de 1 300 milliards de dollars par an d'ici 2035 pour les pays en développement. Nous avons besoin de procédures adaptées et de critères d'éligibilité spécifiques et de financements non générateurs de dettes. Protéger les écosystèmes naturels, forêts, mangroves, récifs est essentiel. L'Amazonie stocke à elle seule 1 500 milliards de tonnes de carbone. Les mangroves comoriennes en séquestrent 4 fois plus d'hectares par hectare que les forêts tropicales. Ces écosystèmes sont nos alliés, leurs gardiens, les populations locales et autochtones doivent être associées. Enfin, nous devons investir dans la jeunesse, la science et l'innovation. Aujourd'hui, moins de 2% de la finance climatique est dédiée à l'éducation et à la formation. En Afrique, 60% de la population a moins de 25 ans. C'est un potentiel immense pour une transition juste et durable. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Marina Silva, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelências, distintas ministras e ministros, senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Primeiramente, quero começar agradecendo aos povos amazônicos que, com generosidade, recebem o mundo nessa COP30. Reunir-nos em Belém impõe uma responsabilidade maior. As decisões aqui tomadas precisam estar à altura da urgência climática e da grandeza do território que nos acolhe. A emergência climática já transforma vidas, economias e ecossistemas. A adaptação precisa estar no centro da resposta global. Proteger pessoas e territórios, terrestres e marítimos, depende de instrumentos concretos para medir progresso, orientar políticas e reduzir vulnerabilidades. Por isso, é fundamental que essa COP30 saia com os indicadores globais de adaptação finalmente aprovados. A ciência é inequívoca. Para manter o aumento máximo da temperatura em 1,5 graus, precisamos de ação rápida, ambição reforçada e implementação acelerada de nossas NDCs. Países desenvolvidos com maior responsabilidade histórica e mais recursos devem agir mais e mais rápido. Países em desenvolvimento também precisam estar comprometidos com acesso efetivo aos meios de implementação em plena coerência com seus objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável e redução das desigualdades. Essa é a essência de uma transição justa, proteger pessoas, fortalecer resiliência e orientar decisões pela ciência, tanto a ciência moderna quanto a ciência dos conhecimentos dos povos originários. Na abertura desta COP, o presidente Lula foi categórico. Precisamos de mapa do caminho para, de forma justa e planejada, reverter o desmatamento e superar progressivamente a dependência dos combustíveis fósseis, mobilizando os recursos necessários. Essa é a clareza que precisamos ter agora. Senhoras e senhores, não há resposta única ou universais para o enfrentamento do desafio que está diante de nós. É necessário diálogo estruturado, troca de experiência e estratégia de longo prazo, contemplando países produtores e países consumidores de combustíveis fósseis. Precisamos planejar o caminho e garantir os recursos financeiros e suporte técnico para reduzir a alta dependência desses combustíveis fósseis para a geração de emprego e segurança energética em várias partes do mundo, sobretudo nos países em desenvolvimento. Nesse processo deve caminhar de forma concomitante mapas do caminho para o fim do desmatamento, igualmente determinados por cada país, com cooperação, financiamento e pleno respeito aos povos indígenas e comunidades locais. Se a Estrela do Norte sempre guiou navegantes em busca de direção segura e o Cruzeiro do Sul sempre orientou povos que cruzaram oceanos em busca de novos mundos, que agora ambas as constelações nos ajudem a guiar a humanidade rumo a um novo e seguro ciclo de prosperidade, de paz entre os povos e com a natureza. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Lars Agar, Minister of Climate, Energy and Utilities of Denmark. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, 10 years ago we signed the Paris Agreement, and what a victory that was. And what a victory it was that it was not a conclusion, it was a job description. A lot has been done since then. Temperature projection has improved, but we are still not on track, and the consequences will be severe. Denmark will stay committed to climate action. We already have an ambitious target of 70% reduction towards 2030 and a climate neutrality target by 2045. I'm proud here today to announce that my government will set a new reduction target for 2035 at least 82% compared to 1990 level. With this list, we see it so that we have the most ambitious range of targets of any developed countries in the world so far, and we challenge others to follow our example. Please match us. Denmark will continue to show that ambitious climate action can go hand in hand with a competitive economy and strong social cohesion. Denmark will also continue to provide and mobilize finance for the countries who needs it the most. We stand firm on our promise to meet the development assistance goals, 7.7% of DNI, of which we earmarked 30% for climate. Of these 30%, 60% is prioritized for adaptation projects. We all know that public money will not be enough. We need to mobilize more private capital. And that is why Denmark plans to expand our development guarantee instrument from $30 million to now $1.8 billion by 2030. This is expected to mobilize over $4 billion in private capital for sustainable and green investments, with at least half for green transition and climate resilience. Climate change is a global challenge, likely the biggest of humanity. Our response must match that. That is the only forward for a safer world for all of us. Lastly, allow me to share a few words on behalf of the Faroe Islands and Greenland. The Faroe Islands urge all countries to reduce emissions and strengthen sustainable management of ecosystem. Coastal nations must protect the oceans from degradation and threats that not only harms coastal communities but also intensifies the impact of climate change for everyone. In Greenland, the Inuit, the indigenous majority, live where climate change is a reality. They see nature not as a resource but a relation. Honoring these bonds brings enduring hope. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Aisha Umera Moriani, who is Secretary of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination of Pakistan. Madam, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first of all, I would like to show gratitude to the government and the people of Brazil for hosting us in BELEM for this COP. We meet here at a moment of grave contradiction. We celebrate 10 years of the Paris Agreement, yet the first week of negotiation has revealed a crisis of implementation and a retreat from the very commitments that define this agreement. My country knows this contradiction all too well. Pakistan is a low emitter, responsible for less than 1% of global emissions, yet we are one of the most climate vulnerable nations on earth. In 2022, a super flood submerged a third of our country, affecting 33 million people and causing over $30 billion in losses and damages. This year, in 2025, we faced yet another devastating flood season, the economic and non-economic losses are crippling. Yet in the face of these devastations, Pakistan stands committed. We have enacted a Climate Change Act through our parliament, embedded the right to a clean environment in our constitution, and delivered a robust, nationally determined contribution with ambitious targets for 2035. And Pakistan was among the first 50 countries who submitted their NDC despite facing harsh conditions. And out of this 50%, 17% will be implemented through our own national contribution. But for the 33%, which is conditional implementation, we are looking for climate finance. And I would like to highlight the fact that what we achieved and got the promises in Baku, the shift from 100 billion to 300 billion and 1.3 trillion by 2035 is still far from reality. There is no operational mechanism to make this happen. So climate finance is not a charity. It is climate justice. And we hope that this COP will provide solutions to us. In the discussion on response measures and unilateral trade measures, greater international cooperation and capacity building is required. But what we see is unraveling of the progress that we made in Baku. On adaptation, we are crafting a framework of empty promises. The text for the global goal on adaptation is a disjointed, heavily bracketed text. I would like to refer to what the Brazilian Minister for Environment said, that adaptation has to be right at the forefront, because we cannot just rely on knowledge tools. Yes, those are very important, and we do need indicators, but we have to see adaptation with compassion. Public finance has to be at the forefront, and we hope that COP at Amazon will be remembered not for procedural paralysis, but for rebuilding trust and reinvigorating our commitment to climate justice. Let us match the ambition of vulnerable nations with the action and support they were promised. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Josephine Moot, Permanent Representative of Kiribati. Madam, you have the floor.
On behalf of the government of the people of Kiribati, I extend our warm traditional greetings. Madam President, we commend your leadership and the enduring spirit of Mosiro, bringing the world together here in BELEM, a city that embodies both the profound beauty of nature and the agency of protecting it. We mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement here in BELEM. We must show the world that multilateralism is alive and strong, and that the 1.5 degrees Celsius target remains the unshakable moral and scientific compass of our time. The latest IPCC report makes clear that the climate crisis is accelerating. Progress remains constrained by insufficient finance, weak enforcement, and political hesitation. Transitioning away from fossil fuel and mobilizing the new collective quantified goal of at least USD 300 billion per year by 2035 remains unfulfilled. For Kiribati, climate change is not an unfolding story. It is a lived reality. Each encroaching wave erodes our heritage, our livelihoods, and disrupts our basic human rights to access clean and quality drinking water and food. But we do not stand as victims. We stand with resolve. Kiribati's national vision, the Mosinano, and our Kiribati Vision 20 align our development pathway with resilience, sustainability, and justice. We therefore call on this COP to deliver bold moves and urgent actions in 4 critical areas: keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius alive, as it is a lifeline for us small, low-lying island nations; scaling up loss and damage funding more significantly and more predictably; establish a dedicated ocean climate finance mechanism to protect the marine ecosystems that regulate the global climate and sustain our livelihoods; commits to a transition that is just, inclusive, and protects workers, supports communities, and leaves no one behind. Underpinning it all, the reform of global climate finance architecture is critical to make it more direct, transparent, and truly responsive to the realities of Sutt. Complex procedures, high transaction costs, and delayed disbursements must give way to simplified fast-track access. The recent ICJ advisory opinion confirms that all states have a binding obligation to pursue deep, rapid, and sustained emission reductions consistent with the 1.5 degrees Celsius, including delivering on our climate finance obligations. I once again extend my sincere gratitude to Your Excellency President Lula and the great nation of Brazil for your visionary leadership. We place our confidence in your stewardship to deliver a historic COP, one that transforms words into action and ambition into implementation. I close with our traditional blessing of the Maori, the Roi, or the Tapimoa, peace and prosperity. Campesindaba, obrigado.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Jean Lipwe, Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the United Nations of the Federated States of Micronesia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to start by extending Micronesia's solidarity and condolences to all those around the world who have suffered from the impacts of climate change this year. Across our islands and across the world, we are united in grief and in purpose. Every year, island nations like Micronesia come to this forum with a growing list of loss and devastation. We have enjoyed life and prosperity on our islands for generations, contributed so little to the problem at hand. We must now raise our children and grandchildren in a world full of fear and uncertainty. The inequity of the climate crisis is not only unfair, it is unconscionable. In Micronesia, entire islands are losing ground to erosion, and our crops fail under saltwater intrusion. Like so many islands, small island states, we are already using our scarce domestic resources to cope because support promised decades ago has not arrived in the scale or speed required. Finance is the fuel. Without it, engine of climate ambition stalls. We must speak plainly. The world's major emitting industries worldwide continue to fall dangerously short. The latest round of NDCs does not offer a viable pathway to 1.5 degrees. When we hear claims of ambition while emissions rise, what are small islands to conclude? That our survival is negotiable? That promises to the most vulnerable can be endlessly deferred. This is not a failure of policy. It is a failure of moral responsibility. The ocean connects us all, and when it changes, everything changes. This year, scientists announced the onset of the first global tipping point. Our warm water coral reefs are now bleaching to skeletons. Reefs are critical ecosystems for islanders that sustain our fisheries, our economy, and our culture. But they are connected to everything on the planet, and the whole world will soon feel this collapse. If we are serious about 1.5 degrees and preventing more tipping points, then we must be serious about methane and other super pollutants. Fast mitigation of methane is the only realistic way to slow near-term warming, yet our global response remains fragmented, voluntary, and insufficient. We call on the Brazilian presidency to play a leadership role in coordinating the many disparate methane initiatives and turning them into a coherent, ambitious, and accountable global effort. And we call on all oil and gas producing countries to do what science demands: reduce production, eliminate methane leaks, and prioritize immediate cuts in super pollutants emission. The tool exists, the solutions are known, there is no excuse for further delay. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sergei Kononuchenko, Ambassador at Large, Special Representative of the Minister of Foreign Affairs on Climate Issues of the Russian Federation. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа, прежде всего хотел бы выразить признательность председательству Федеративной Республики Бразилии на 30-й сессии конференции сторон рамочной конвенции об изменении климата за традиционный высокий уровень гостеприимства. Приветствуем усилия наших бразильских друзей, направленные на успешное проведение конференции, которая впервые проходит в Амазонии. Текущая конференция сторон – знаковый этап в развитии международного климатического процесса. 33 года назад, что символично также на бразильской земле, в ходе конференции ООН по окружающей среде и развитию в Рио-де-Жанейро была подписана рамочная конвенция ООН об изменении климата. В следующем месяце свое десятилетие отметит Парижское соглашение. Принятие этих двух международно-правовых инструментов не просто закрепило на бумаге признание необходимости объединить усилия в борьбе с глобальным вызовом изменения климата. Каждая сторона тем самым подтвердила готовность работать совместно ради достижения общих целей, центральная из которых – процветание и благополучие нынешнего и будущего поколений. Первая переговорная неделя показала, что BELEM не запомнится одним масштабным решением, как это было на прошлых конференциях сторон. Но именно это делает 30-ю сессию особенной. Громкие лозунги ушли на второй план. Всеобщее внимание сосредоточено на реальной экспертной работе с акцентом на 3 китах климатического процесса – адаптации, митигации и средствах реализации. Остановлюсь на нашем видении ключевых результатов по итогам конференции сторон. Первое. Сегодня последствия изменения климата ощущаются во всем мире, но особенно остро в развивающихся странах. Отрицать тот факт, что адаптация не второстепенная задача, как минимум цинично. Вместе с тем фиксируем опасный перекос, когда глобальная повестка почти полностью сфокусирована на сокращении выбросов. Мы должны восстановить баланс между адаптацией и митигацией, в том числе в вопросах финансирования данных мер. Считаем критически важным согласовать в BELEM набор показателей для глобальной цели по адаптации. Выступаем за утверждение только минимального и приемлемого для всех набора, что позволит сразу начать апробацию таких показателей и получить ценные данные для второго глобального подведения итогов. Более тщательная проработка остальных показателей может быть продолжена уже после КС-30. Второе. Российская Федерация последовательно выступает за справедливый переход к низкоэмиссионной экономике. Справедливый значит учитывающий национальные условия, стартовые позиции и возможности каждой страны. Призывы к форсированной, шоковой декарбонизации не только угрожают экономической и энергетической безопасности, но и углубляют глобальное неравенство. Рабочая программа по справедливому переходу должна оставаться площадкой для диалога и обмена опытом, а не инструментом для навязывания новых обязательств. Нам нужны практические результаты, развитие навыков, передача технологий и доступное финансирование для переходных проектов. Третье. На КС-28 мы достигли исторического результата, завершили первое глобальное подведение итогов. Его выводы должны служить ориентиром, а не директивой. Считаем важным запустить на КС-30 диалог ОАЕ по имплементации итогов ГПИ. Он должен быть конструктивным, не предписывающим, а также учитывать проблематику односторонних мер, которые подрывают международное сотрудничество и дух Парижского соглашения. Не могу сказать о фундаменте всего процесса – финансировании. Без достаточных и доступных финансовых ресурсов все наши цели останутся на бумаге. Поддерживаем широкий подход к климатическому финансированию, которое должно направляться на весь спектр решений, от возобновляемых источников до ядерной энергетики и технологий улавливания углерода. Считаем недопустимым полное увязывание всех финансовых потоков с климатическими целями, особенно в ущерб другим целям устойчивого развития. Климатические действия должны дополнять, а не подменять усилия по борьбе с бедностью, обеспечению доступа к энергии и экономическому развитию. Правовые обязательства развитых стран по предоставлению финансирования, закрепленные в статье 9 Парижского соглашения, должны выполняться прозрачно и в полном объеме. Попытки размыть эти обязательства контрпродуктивны. Пусть от Баку до Белена должен стать дорогой к укреплению доверия и мобилизации ресурсов, а не к созданию новых барьеров. Уважаемые коллеги, Российская Федерация ответственно подходит к деятельности на климатическом направлении. Считаем РКИК ООН и Парижское соглашение надежной основой для долгосрочного климатического регулирования. Важно беречь целостность действующей климатической архитектуры, не допускать размывания мандата существующих международных правовых инструментов. Предлагаем сосредоточить наши усилия на эффективной операционализации уже созданных универсальных механизмов и имплементации принятых решений, а не пытаться искать панацею в виде неких альтернативных форматов. Очевидно, что усиление турбулентности и конфронтации в мировых делах не способствует формированию адекватного и соразмерного ответа на глобальные вызовы. Эффективная борьба с негативными последствиями климатических изменений невозможна без проявления всеми участниками процесса мудрости, сбалансированности и взаимного уважения. Исходим из того, что именно взвешенность и консенсусный характер достигнутых в Амазонии договоренностей станут мерилом нашего коллективного успеха. Только через равноправное сотрудничество мы сможем обеспечить устойчивое и безопасное будущее для всех. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Adao Suarez Barbosa, Special Envoy and Ambassador at Large for Climate Affairs of Timor-Leste. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, President of COP30, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At outset, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Brazil for the leadership in hosting this COP30 in this very beautiful city of BELEM, and thanks to the Secretariat for the excellent arrangement. Timor-Leste is already experiencing the severe impact of climate change, from floods, droughts, landslides to sea level rise. These impacts undermine agricultural productivity, worsen food insecurity, threaten water resources, damage critical infrastructure, and result in the loss of lives and displacement. Our ability to rapidly recover, rebuild, and address to loss and damage is constrained by the limited financial and technological capacity. COP30 must deliver ambitious decisions that can move from negotiation to the implementation. The developed country parties must fulfill their obligation to provide finance, technology, and capacity building to support developing countries to take climate actions. The operationalization of $300 billion within the broader context of the $1.3 trillion under the new collective quantified goal is urgently required to support climate actions. This scale of finance must be new, additional to ODA, and largely grant-based for LDCs and SEEDs. The current resource available for funds for responding to loss and damage remains insufficient to meet the scale of needs. We call on the developed country parties and other parties to provide additional and sustained contributions to ensure the fund's long-term viability. We welcome the operationalization of the BIM and the launch of the call for funding request at COP30. We call the developed country parties and other emitting countries to enhance their ambition and undertake rapid, fair, and verifiable emission reductions throughout this decade and beyond in order to ensure 1.5 goal within reach. Global emission effort must be guided by the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. COP30 must adopt a comprehensive list of indicators for GTA with strong emphasizing on means of implementation. We call for scale-up, predictable, and grant-based adaptation finance with simplified and direct access for LDCs and SEED and other vulnerable developing countries. Timor-Leste remains committed to pursuing low-carbon development pathway, including those expanding renewable energy, strengthening energy efficiency, and advanced reforestation. The government has been implementing renewable energy technology in a small-scale nature, including solar power for street lights and health centers. Reforestation and forest conservation activities have been involving public, private, and civil society organizations with financial support from the government, bilateral, multilateral cooperation. We'll do more once means of implementation is sufficiently provided and operationalized. Let us take action together with no one left behind. I thank you very much.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Barbara Wasson, Ambassador at Large for Climate, Ministry of Energy of Hungary. Madam, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, we gather in BELEM with a shared purpose to protect our planet and to ensure that future generations inherit a world where they can thrive. The Hungarian government attaches a high importance to climate protection and has set strong, strategic and legally binding target of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. We already reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 48% since 1990, while Hungary is among the few countries in the world which have been able to enhance their economic performance parallel to decreasing its emissions. We are also proud to highlight that globally, Hungary ranks first in the share of solar energy in domestic power production, with 1/4 of all electricity produced from this source. In 2024, the Budapest Declaration on Competitiveness was adopted by European leaders, which will shape the European Union's approach to climate issues as well. Based on the declaration, we wish to emphasize a key principle of our climate strategy. Green transition can only succeed if energy remains affordable. We protect households from excessive energy costs, because if power becomes too costly, public support fades. Climate policy must work for people. Hungary recognizes the importance of strengthening adaptation actions with a view to achieving the global goal on adaptation for the full and effective implementation of the Paris Agreement. Strengthening resilience is a core element of our climate strategy. As extreme weather intensifies, we must be prepared. Our national adaptation geoinformation system serves as a strong example of how data and risk mapping can support effective adaptation. Our flood protection system operated exceptionally well during Storm Boris in Central Eastern Europe last year, protecting communities and infrastructure. Looking ahead, early warning systems will remain crucial. They save lives and reduce damage. Allow me to highlight another key point. Peace is a prerequisite for sustainability. War destroys ecosystems, war displaces communities, and war diverts immense resources away from climate action. Hungary believes that only in stable, peaceful conditions can nations plan for the long term, develop green technologies, and build resilient societies. And this brings me to my next point, because Hungary believes in families. Families are the cornerstones of climate action, where habits are formed and values are passed on. Strong and supported families give humanity the capacity to sustain the commitment to a livable planet. Hungary recognizes the vital role of meaningful youth participation in climate policy. Together with youth at the table, we can build solutions that are equitable, effective, and enduring. Let us therefore craft climate strategies to look beyond the short-term cycles and toward the next generation, those whose lives will be shaped by the decisions we make today. And lastly, on behalf of Hungary, I reaffirm our strong commitment to climate action and to the full implementation of the Paris Agreement. We remain dedicated to doing our fair share to limit global warming and safeguard a livable planet for future generations. We also recognize the deeply valued and essential work of the IPCC, as its assessments provide the scientific foundation upon which effective, credible, and forward-looking climate policies must be built. For Hungary, it is a core principle that climate decisions must be grounded in robust, independent science. As we move forward together, let us ensure that our collective actions reflect both our shared responsibilities and the best available knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure now to welcome His Excellency Archbishop Giambattista di Quatro, Apostolic Nuncio to Brazil of the Holy See. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, the Holy See would like first of all to thank respectfully the Brazilian government, authorities and people. Pope Leo's message to this COP30 emphasized that the challenges posed by climate change endanger the lives of everyone on this planet and therefore require international cooperation and a cohesive, forward-looking multilateralism, which puts the sacredness of life, the God-given dignity of every human being, and the common good at its center. The Holy See delegation would like to highlight 4 key issues. Firstly, strengthening a cohesive and forward-looking multilateralism is pivotal. Climate change knows no borders and therefore requires collective efforts. We are one single human family. There are no frontiers or barriers, political or social, behind which we can hide. Still less is there room for the globalization of indifference. multilateralism is a precious process for the sake of resolving the real problems of humanity, securing before all else respect for the dignity of persons in such a way that ethics will prevail over local and contingent interests. Secondly, to keep the global temperature increase within the 1.5 limit, it is essential to ensure a just and fair transition. This transition must take into account the decision adopted at COP28 in Dubai to transitioning away from fossil fuels. The consequences of climate change primarily affect the poorest and the most fragile. Third, the human face of the climate crisis, which should always inspire the work of the COP. The OEC hopes that the Gender Action Plan will recognize that women and girls are disproportionately affected by climate change, particularly in the Global South, and the important role they play in addressing it. It is essential to search for common language and consensus while putting aside selfish interests, bearing in mind that the responsibility for one another is for the future generations. A constructive approach and to act in good faith is important to forge consensus and keep the main goal firmly in mind, the flourishing of today's women and those of future generations. Fourthly, it is just and fair in this just and fair transition, economic and operational resources are necessary but not enough. We cannot achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement unless political and technical solutions are accompanied by an educational process that purposes new sustainable ways of living and caring for creation. According to Pope Leo, education must combine social justice and environmental justice, promote sobriety and sustainable lifestyles, and form a conscience capable of choosing not merely what is convenient, but what is just. It is crucial to enhance the cross-cutting role of education to ensure that mitigation targets are met, adaptation challenges are addressed, means of implementation are strengthened, loss and damage are avoided, and progress is made. Many states parties, like the OEC, have recently introduced the educational components in the NDCs. This is a path that should continue to be pursued. As Pope Leo reminded us, we must return to the heart, which is not only the center of feelings and emotions, but the locus of freedom. The heart is the place where external reality has the greatest impact, where the deepest searching takes place, where the most authentic desires are discovered, where one's ultimate identity is found, and where decisions are formed. It is only by returning to the heart that the true ecological conversion can take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Christiane Engelberg, who is Ambassador, Director General, Office of the Deputy Minister for Multilateral Affairs of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Madam, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Primeramente, permítanos expresar nuestro agradecimiento a la República Federativa del Brasil por acoger esta conferencia y por el caluroso recibimiento de su pueblo. En nombre del gran pueblo venezolano y del señor Presidente Constitucional Nicolás Maduro Moros, reciban nuestro reconocimiento. Pareciera una retórica tener que reiterar e insistir en el hecho que el cambio climático es un desafío mundial para la humanidad, por su impacto en todos los aspectos de la vida, como la salud, la seguridad alimentaria, el acceso al agua, la economía y la cohesión social, por mencionar algunos. Pero la realidad nos obliga a decirlo una y otra vez. La inacción ante este fenómeno ha intensificado los problemas existentes, como la escasez de alimentos y agua, destrucción de viviendas y comunidades enteras por fenómenos meteorológicos extremos, como inundaciones y tormentas. Como hemos expresado en varias oportunidades, los menos responsables del cambio climático y los más vulnerables son las que sufren los peores efectos, lo que hace que la acción sea una cuestión de justicia social. Existe una deuda ecológica con los pueblos del sur que debe saldarse mediante compromisos vinculantes de reducción de emisiones, financiamiento climático obligatorio y no como una caridad, y la transferencia de tecnología limpia y liberada de patentes. El principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas está más vigente que nunca y es hora de que se concrete y se aplique, sin excusas. Debe darse cumplimiento a la deuda histórica de los países desarrollados de la contaminación y el cambio climático con el modelo depravador capitalista. La falta o poca financiación de los países del norte global, que aún no han cumplido con el compromiso de financiación climática acordado, es lo que ha dificultado la implementación de soluciones en las naciones más vulnerables. ¿Hasta cuándo deben los países en desarrollo insistir en esto? Ese respaldo está establecido en la Convención y en el Acuerdo de París. Entonces, ¿por qué no se cumple? ¿Cuál es el miedo de analizar la implementación del artículo 9.1 para así tomar acciones concretas que permitan ajustar la ruta hacia el desarrollo y el financiamiento climático? Asimismo, las criminales e ilegales medidas coercitivas unilaterales se han convertido en el principal obstáculo para el desarrollo, como es el caso de mi país, que hoy enfrenta 1.042 de esas mal llamadas sanciones. Reiteramos nuestro llamado para poner fin de manera completa, inmediata e incondicional a este bloqueo, que ha sido impuesto de facto contra nuestro país y que ha generado pérdidas milmillonarias, así como un gran dolor y sufrimiento a nuestro pueblo, que constituyen violaciones al derecho internacional y dificultan el cumplimiento de los compromisos relacionados con el cambio climático. Debemos recordar en este contexto que la región de América Latina y el Caribe ha sido proclamada zona de paz ante las amenazas bélicas irracionales en el Caribe. Venezuela, con su política de diplomacia bolivariana de paz, aboga por la paz y el derecho a la soberanía de los pueblos para seguir combatiendo la crisis climática. Finalmente, hacemos un llamado a los países para unir esfuerzos y tener voluntad política para lograr avances importantes en favor de la paz y canalizar los esfuerzos hacia otro tipo de luchas, la lucha contra la crisis climática, la conservación de la diversidad biológica y frenar la contaminación. Cuenten con nuestro apoyo irreductible y compromiso para el logro de los objetivos propuestos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, embajadora. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Batbadar Bat, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Mongolia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Эрхэм ерөнхийлөгч ноён Андрей Коредолага, хүндэт төлөөлөгч хамтран зүтгэгчтэй. Парисын хэлцээрийн 10 жилийн ойд тохиож буй энэ чухал цаг мөчид талуудын 30 дугаар баг хурлыг зохион байгуулж буй Бразил улсын засгийн газар BELEM-ийн захиргаа нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн суурь конвенцийн нарийн бичгийн дарга нарын газар талархал илэрхийлье. Глобал мөчрөө санаачлахаараа дамжуулан Бразил улс олон талд хамтын ажиллагааг тууштай дэмжиж байгааг бид өндрөөр үнэлж байна. Ойтайх талхээр өндөр улс болон говь зүйл огтсон орчдог экологийн шилжилтийн бүсэд байрладаг орны хувьд манай экосистемүүд дэлхийд онцгой ач холбогдолтой хатлаа нэн эмзэг байна. Монгол улсын нийт газар нутгийн 90% нь хуурай болон хуурай шалтгаалтай бүсэд хамаардаг ба улам бүр нэмэгдэж буй уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн нөлөө нь манай улсын нийт хүн амын 3/1-ийн амьдралыг залгуулдаг нүүдлийн мал аж ахуйд ихээхэн хүндрэл учруулж байна. 2024 он түүхэндх хамгийн дулаан жил байсан бол 2025 он дулаар хамгийн өндөр тооцогдох 2 дахь эсвэл 3 дахь жил болох төлөвтэй байна. Үүнд урд өмнө байгаагүй агаар мандад хуримтлагдсан хөлөмжийн өсөлт нөлөөлж байна. Түүнчлэн дэлхийн доктортой байдлын давж болохгүй 9 хязгаараас 7-г нь аль хэдийн давсан тэдгээрийн уялдаа хамаарлан ноцтой төвшөнд хүрснийг харуулж дэлхийн дулаалыг 1.5 Цельсиус сэтрүүлгүй байхын тулд илүү уялдуулсан нэгдсэн бодлого арга хэрэгсэл ашиглах шаардлагатай байгааг нотлон өгж байна. Шинжилсэн үндэсний тодорхойлсон хувь нэмрийн дагуу Монгол улс хүлэмжийн ялгарлыг бууруулах нөхцөлгүй зорилтоо 2030 он гэхэд 22.7% байснаас 2035 он гэхэд 30.3% болгон нэмэгдүүлж 2050 он гэхэд цэвэр дүнтэй тэг үр дүнд хүрэх зорилтыг дэвшүүлээд байна. Манай шинэ индустрийн хэрэгжилтийг амжилттай хангахын тулд үндэсний бодлого тогтолцоо холбогдох хэрэгцсэн орчинтой нэгт уялдуулан боловсруулагдсан болно. Бид эдгээр зорилтуудаа хэрэгжүүлэхийн тулд 2021 онд эхлүүлсэн 1 тэрбум мод үндэсний хөдөлгөөн болон газар ус, доктортой ашиглах, хамгаалах, шин дасан зохицох ба бууруулах хөтөлбөрөөр зэрэг тодорхой үндэсний арга хэмжээнүүдийг эрчимтэйгээр урагшлуулж байна. 2025 оны 11 дугаар сард бид Сингапур улстай Парисын хэлцээрийн 6 дугаар зүйлийн хэрэгжилтийн хэлцээрийг байгуулсан бөгөөд үүнээс гадна Швейцар улстай 2 өдрийн дараа хэлцээр байгуулахаар болоод байна. Эдгээр түншлүүд нь Монгол улсад уур амьсгалын санхүүжилтийг татах, технологиг хурдсгах 2035 он хүртэлх индустрийн нийцсэн хүлэмжийн ээг бууруулах арга хэмжээг өргөжүүлэхэд тусална. Монгол улс бүх салбар, бүх нийтийн оролцоог хамарсан уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн цогц арга хэмжээг дэмжихийн тулд хууль эрх зүй, засаглал, зохицуултын тогтолцоогоо бэхжүүлж байна. Тодорхойлбол бид үндэсний уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн тухай хуулийг боловсруулж байгаа бөгөөд энэ нь үндэсний уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн эсрэг үйл ажиллагаанд заавал дагаж мордох хэрэгцээ үндсийг бий болгох, эдийн засгийн олон тал оролцоог нэмэгдүүлэх, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн нөлөөнд авч өрсөн иргэдийг хамгаалах зорилготой. COP30-ыг даргалагч орноор ажиллах бэлтгэлээ хангаж байна. Зөвлөлтөд тэмцэх тухай нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын 17 дугаар баг хурал нь 26 онд анхны зохиогдох Риогийн конвенцийн баг хурал юм. Иймд Билемээс Улаанбаатар шууд буухаа шилжиж байна. Газрын дороотол, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн фронтод буй улсын үед бид эдгээр асуудлыг үндсэн харилцаа уялдаатай гэж үзэж байна. Риогийн конвенцийн хүрээнд хамтын ажиллагааг эрчимжүүлэх, тогтвортой нөхөн сэргээлт уур амьсгал ба хөгжлийн зорилтуудыг гүр болгохыг амлаж байна. Монгол улс Бразилийн даргадаг талуудын 30 дугаар баг хурлыг дэлхийн модны амжилттай үр дүнд хүргэж, дэлхийн уур амьсгалын зорилгод идэвхтэй хувь нэмээр оруулахыг дэмжиж байгаагаа дахин нотолж байна. Уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтөд тэмцэх Нөбийн конвенцийн хүрээнд бидний хамтын хүчин чармааг үргэлжлэхийн төлөө хамтдаа ажиллаж, Билемээс Улаанбаатар цаашлаад уур амьсгалын аюулгүй байгаль дэлтэй газар нутгийн доктортой ирээдүй рүү хамтдаа урагшилцгаая. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. On behalf of the conference, I would like to thank all of you for your statements, distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies. We will continue with the delivery of national statements today at 15 hours in this plenary. This is to remind you that statements that have not been delivered in this morning's session will be moved to the beginning of the national statements in the afternoon session in the same category. With this, I declare this joint meeting of COP, CMP, and CMA suspended.
distinguished delegates, honored guests, we will now resume the fifth meeting of COP30, CMP20, and CMA7. As we continue with the national statements, I would like to remind representatives of the measures in place for effective time management. Specifically, that an electronic device will be used to mark the 3-minute time limit, and that a bell will be used to signal when the allotted time is exceeded. Speakers are strongly encouraged to ensure their statements do not exceed allotted times. Statements should be as concise as possible, as the full texts will be made available on the UNFCCC website. Speaking slots for those parties who are not present in the plenary during their scheduled delivery time will be moved to the end of all statements within the same category. Dear colleagues, let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hirotaka Ishihara, Minister of the Environment of Japan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Brazil for its great effort in the hosting COP30. Here in the region, around the BELEM, there are the agroforestry systems established by Japanese in Tomias and the Gunma Ecological Park, fostered by Japanese who migrated to the Brazil. Climate action do not yield immediate result, but requires sustained long-term effort involving cooperation among various stakeholders, including national governments, local authorities, and local communities. The two places I mentioned are a truly good example of the spirit of Murat. As this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, I would like to reiterate the importance of advancing global decarbonization efforts based on the multilateralism. It is essential that the ambition cycle under the Paris Agreement is maintained with all parties submitting NDCs with the highest possible ambition at the earliest steadily implementing emission reductions. Mr. President, Japan reaffirms its resolution to achieving net zero 2050. In February this year, Japan submitted its new NDC, aligned with the 1.5 degrees goals. Japan has made steady progress, reducing emissions by 27% over the past 10 years. The NCQD was decided at COP29. Based on the situation of the limited public resources, it is important to steadily advance expanding climate finance sources for developing countries by all stakeholders, including private capital mobilization. At COP29, we achieved the full operationalization of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. In order to efficiently advance global decarbonization, it is vital to balance environmental integrity and flexibility. Hence, Japan is working on the Joint Crediting Mechanism, or JCM. Japan would also like to announce its intention to host a session of the IPCC in 2027. We will continue to support efforts to reduce GHG emissions based on the best available science. The transition to a circular economy is essential for climate action. Japan actively contributed to the development of the Global Circularity Protocol for Business by the WBCSD, which includes a corporate disclosure framework for Circularity and was just launched as a joint pavilion, a Japan pavilion last week. Distinguished participants, let's work together to ensure the success of COP30 and continue on our path toward achieving the 1.5-degree goals with global mutuality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jean-Luc Krikou, Federal Minister of Mobility, Climate and Ecological Transition in charge of Sustainable Development of Belgium. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Avant l'accord de Paris, le monde était sur la voie d'un réchauffement de 3,5 degrés Celsius. 10 ans plus tard, nous avons considérablement infléchi cette courbe à 2,5 degrés Celsius. C'est la preuve que l'accord de Paris fonctionne et que le multilatéralisme fonctionne, mais aussi la preuve qu'il reste encore beaucoup à faire. L'Union européenne continuera de donner le ton, mais la crise climatique est une préoccupation commune et l'Union européenne ne la résoudra pas seule. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous sommes ici à BELEM pour appeler toutes les parties à se tenir à nos côtés. Une transition équitable exige des contributions équitables. Nous sommes déçus et inquiets que certains grands émetteurs n'aient pas encore soumis leur CDN. Nous les exhortons à faire dès que possible. Pour d'autres encore, nous espérons que l'on peut s'attendre à une ambition qui va au-delà de ce qui est écrit sur le papier. Une ambition qui reflète bien les transitions qu'on sait que ces pays ont engagées et qu'ils en prennent même la tête. Une ambition qui donne aussi l'exemple, qui renforce le rôle de l'accord de Paris en tant que véritable moteur de changement et qui ne laisse pas les adversaires du multilatéralisme gagner la cause. Depuis Paris, l'économie mondiale est en train de se remodeler. Les investissements dans les énergies et les technologies propres s'accélèrent. Ces secteurs sont en train de devenir l'épine dorsale d'une nouvelle économie. Ils améliorent la qualité de l'air, ils renforcent l'indépendance énergétique, ils stimulent la compétitivité et le secteur privé suit. Motivé à la fois par la conscience des opportunités et des risques, la transition est en marche et est irréversible. C'est pourquoi la Belgique est fière de se joindre au BELEM Declaration on the Transition Away from Fossil Fuels. La transition n'est bien sûr pas sans défi. Pour qu'elle réussisse, elle doit être juste. Elle ne doit pas repousser les industries, mais préserver et stimuler notre compétitivité. Elle ne doit pas aggraver les inégalités dans la société, mais être l'occasion de protéger le pouvoir d'achat de nos citoyens. Des politiques intelligentes, telles que la tarification du carbone, peuvent garantir des conditions de concurrence équitables, stimuler les investissements dans la décarbonation et créer des revenus pour aider les entreprises et les ménages à naviguer dans la transition. La Belgique appelle à une adoption mondiale plus large de ces politiques. La Belgique reste également engagée dans la protection des forêts et des océans. Dans cet esprit, je suis heureux de souligner notre soutien à l'appel à l'action de BELEM pour les forêts du bassin du Congo et notre candidature pour accueillir le secrétariat de l'accord sur le BBNJ. Mesdames et Messieurs, 10 ans après l'accord de Paris, nous sommes toujours sur la voie qu'il a tracée. Restons sur cette voie ensemble.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kastytis Zuromskas, Minister of Environment of Lithuania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, destructive consequences of climate change have affected too many places and communities. The year 2024 was the warmest on the record. My country, Lithuania, once considered safe and natural disasters, is now experiencing floods, droughts, and severe storms. Today we mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, a milestone that reminds us of our shared responsibility to act. We all, and especially the world's largest emitters and major economies, must reinforce global efforts, raise mitigation ambitions, and accelerate real progress. The NDC synthesis report shows that global climate efforts remain insufficient. Lithuania supports Brazil's leadership in delivering ambitious negotiated outcomes of COP30 that close the mitigation gap and keeps us on a 1.5 Celsius path. Mr. President, together with the European Union, Lithuania has reaffirmed its commitment to climate neutrality, submitting a renewed 2035 NDC aiming for ambitious and cross-sectoral greenhouse gas emission cuts. We are delivering at home. By 2030, Lithuania's national electricity grid will be 100% green. Our total installed solar and wind capacity has grown 4 times since 2020 and is set to double again by 2026. We are on track to cut greenhouse gas emissions by at least 70% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. I believe we are an example of a decoupled economy. We view the transition away from fossil fuels as a global priority from achieving clean energy, which is key to climate neutrality. At the same time, we must progress on building long-term global resilience and agree on global indicators to measure progress of the global goal on adaptation. Moreover, we need to scale up international climate finance by broadening the scope of contributors and sources to mobilize a new climate finance goal. We also should strengthen cooperation under the Global Climate Action Agenda for Innovation, while clearly demonstrating socio-economic benefits of the green transition. Finally, I urge the international community to act swiftly and decisively. We cannot ignore the devastating harm on people and the environment caused by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. This aggression constitutes a violation of the UN Charter and international law. Lithuania calls for international response to hold Russia accountable, including for the environmental damage it has caused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Simon Watts, Minister of Climate Change, Minister for Energy, Minister for Local Government and Minister of Revenue of New Zealand. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, colleagues, tēnā koutou katoa, it is an honour to address you today on behalf of New Zealand. When the Paris Agreement was adopted 10 years ago, parties committed to goals that limit the impact of climate change on lives and livelihoods. 10 years on, we have seen significant progress, and we are firmly in the era of implementation. But we need to press forward. We must keep 1.5 alive. Mr. President, New Zealand is committed. We were one of the first 8 countries in the world to submit our second nationally determined contribution that is ambitious, achievable and informed by the global stocktake and in accordance with the Paris Agreement rules. We are committed to transparency arrangements which are crucial for mutual trust. And we provide high-quality, grants-based, accessible, partner-responsive climate support, with over half going to adaptation action. We urge all parties to follow suit and implement. All parties must submit their NDCs that reflect the urgency of the movement, and all parties with the capacity to do so must provide support to those who need it most. We recognise economies are under strain, but every step of progress helps us maintain momentum. Mr. President, the blue continent, the blue Pacific continent, has long led the world with its climate ambition. In the Pacific, climate change is not a distant threat, it is a lived reality. Next year, a Pacific COP would be an opportunity to deliver global climate solutions built on the experience of some of those on the front lines. New Zealand proudly supports Australia's commitment to host COP31 in partnership with the Pacific and calls on others to confirm their support. Mr. President, a low emissions and climate resilient economy is central to economic prosperity. New Zealand is accelerating the deployment of renewable energy at a faster pace than ever before. In October of this year, we saw electricity, and our electricity generation was 98% renewable. We have commissioned more renewable generation in the last 18 months than the prior 15 years, and helping us to double that capacity by 2050. Our farmers are some of the most carbon efficient globally, and we are leading in agricultural innovation. Our emissions trading scheme is one of the most comprehensive globally, and in the last month we agreed to legislate a climate adaptation framework to address long-term strategic factors, including clear roles, responsibilities and her shares. This is one of the world's first of its kind. Mr. President, the response to climate change must be inclusive and supportive of all voices and leadership, as we cannot solve the challenge alone. I am proud that the delegation of New Zealand young Maori leaders is here at COP30, sharing their stories and commitment. Mr. President, you introduced us to Muchi Raum, which speaks of the shared work that builds on our people. This resonates with us in New Zealand. Our young people, business and civil society, we stand ready to partner with all parties to take action, both at home, in the Pacific and globally. Ngā mihi nui, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rafael Singer, Ambassador, Director of Department for Climate and Sustainability of Israel. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, colleagues and friends, 10 years after the Paris Agreement, much has been achieved. At the same time, unless the world collectively steps up its effort, the impacts of climate change will become more severe. No nation or community will remain untouched. But within this challenge lies opportunity. The policies, technologies and innovations we adopt not only safeguard our planet, they drive sustainable economic growth, create resilient jobs and strengthen our societies. Israel knows this well. Despite high population growth and strong economic performance, our national greenhouse emissions have peaked. We recognize there is far more to do, and we are committed to do so. Israel is located in one of the world's climate change hotspots, arid, warming rapidly, and resource concentrated. These challenges have shaped our way of life and pushed us to innovate, from water-saving technologies and wastewater use to climate-smart agriculture and off-grid energy solutions. For the COP decisions to translate into a meaningful action, one of the essential enablers is technology, efficient, proven, scalable, and affordable. We work with partners around the world to strengthen adaptation and resilience through climate-smart agriculture, water management, and food security. We focus not only on tools, but on empowering communities to build resilience from ground up. We also need strong science-based policy at all levels of government. In Israel, we are launching a national climate risk mapping system to help decision makers and municipalities plan effective adaptation measures. Local governments are essential partners in building resilience. Climate change does not distinguish between physical, political, or ideological boundaries. Neither should we. We must build cooperative frameworks that bridge gaps and strengthen trust among governments, businesses, and civil societies. The Paris Agreement gives us the foundation. To succeed, we must remain committed to implementing ambitious domestic policies while constantly improving multilateral processes, updating our work on science as science involves, widening the circle of stakeholders and increasing efficiency. Our tradition teaches you are not obliged to complete the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. The risk we are dealing with is immense. Progress must be gradual, but we must persist for our planet, for our shared values, and for our next generations. The future we face depends on choices we make today. Let us show commitment and seize the moment. Together we can build a safer, more sustainable, and more prosperous future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Maria Daniela Limongi Izaguirre, Vice Minister of Environment of Ecuador. You have the floor.
Distinguidas autoridades, reciban un cordial saludo del presidente constitucional de la República del Ecuador, Daniel Noboa. Ecuador llega a esta COP30 con una visión renovada. Unificamos ambiente y energía para asegurar coherencia en la protección de los ecosistemas, el acceso al agua, la transición energética y la acción climática. Esta integración respalda nuestra segunda NDC 2026-2035, que eleva la ambición en mitigación y adaptación y pone a las personas y territorios en el centro de la gestión pública climática. Sobre esta base, permítanme destacar los avances más relevantes de Ecuador. La eliminación del subsidio al diésel, el fortalecimiento de las acciones en actividades ilícitas y minería ilegal, el robustecimiento del Programa Nacional de Manejo Integral del Fuego, los canjes de deuda, dentro de los que incluimos el biocorredor amazónico y uno próximo que haremos para proteger páramos, manglares y bosque seco, el impulso a los mercados de carbono, la consolidación de finanzas sostenibles con bonos verdes y taxonomía verde en conjunto con el Ministerio de Economía y Finanzas, la seguridad y legalización de la tenencia de tierras, la compensación social y territorial, una política pública inédita que enfoca el uso de los recursos propios. Estos esfuerzos demuestran que Ecuador tiene un horizonte claro: proteger la naturaleza, garantizar la seguridad energética y promover el desarrollo resiliente que beneficie a los actores territoriales que custodian nuestros ecosistemas. Pero acceder al financiamiento internacional se vuelve cada vez más difícil. Los estándares de alta integridad, aunque necesarios, hoy imponen costos desproporcionados. Una parte significativa de los recursos climáticos están destinados a las verificaciones, validaciones, certificaciones y sin dejar de lado las comisiones elevadas cobradas por las agencias multilaterales y entidades del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Esto requiere reflexiones honestas y coherentes. ¿Hasta cuándo seguiremos con fondos que existen solo en papel y con recursos que llegan a cuentagotas? ¿Y cuáles son los indicadores reales del impacto si, pese a las movilizaciones de financiamiento, aún persisten la desnutrición, la falta de acceso al agua segura y la energía? Bajo estas condiciones, cabe preguntarse si realmente estamos protegiendo la biodiversidad como el planeta lo demanda. El discurso se va quedando vacío, como decía una líder indígena tránsito a Maguaña, como un saco roto de quinoa. Permítame cerrar con claridad. Ecuador está haciendo su parte. Hemos asumido decisiones difíciles, elevando nuestra ambición y defendiendo nuestros ecosistemas. Pero ningún país de primera línea climática puede sostener esta lucha si el financiamiento sigue siendo costoso, lento y condicionado por una arquitectura que consume los recursos antes de que lleguen a quien más lo necesitan. El futuro de la Amazonía, los páramos, el bosque seco, los manglares y nuestras comunidades dependen de decisiones valientes. Ecuador ha probado serlo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alassane Zie Diamoutene, Ambassador of Côte d'Ivoire to Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs et distingués délégués, il m'est particulièrement agréable d'adresser les salutations distinguées et remerciements de Son Excellence Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, Président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, pour l'opportunité offerte à notre pays de prendre la parole en ce moment décisif de l'histoire de notre planète et celle de l'humanité. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Côte d'Ivoire a tenu son engagement, qui est celui de soumettre ses nouvelles contributions déterminées au niveau national, dans lesquelles elle a relevé son ambition celle de réduire de 33,07 ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre à l'horizon 2035. Ainsi, notre pays passe par une transition progressive vers les énergies propres avec 46,3% d'énergie renouvelable dans son mix énergétique et par son ambition de porter d'ici 2030 la couverture forestière à 20% du territoire national au travers du marché du carbone devenu opérationnel en Côte d'Ivoire. Par ailleurs, notre pays compte développer une agriculture intelligente face au climat. Il compte également améliorer la gestion intégrée des ressources en eau et renforcer les infrastructures sanitaires et routières. De même, il compte investir dans des bâtiments intégrant des normes bioclimatiques. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, notre ambition est de bâtir une économie plus compétitive, verte et inclusive, où le secteur privé, les collectivités locales, les jeunes et la société civile joueront un rôle déterminant. Cependant, la Côte d'Ivoire ne peut réussir seule la construction de sa résilience climatique, qui a été évaluée à environ 59 milliards de dollars américains. Notre pays en appelle donc à la communauté internationale à tenir ses engagements, car chaque investissement dans l'action climatique est un investissement dans la stabilité, la prospérité et la vie, en d'autres termes, dans la durabilité. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est dans cette dynamique d'action positive et clairvoyante que la Côte d'Ivoire soutient l'alliance lancée à cette COP30 par son Excellence Monsieur le Président Lula sur le financement des forêts tropicales, et mon pays adhère également à la déclaration relative à la lutte contre le racisme environnemental. J'en appelle ici à une communion sincère et à une plus grande fusion avec la nature, le socle de notre existence à tous. La Côte d'Ivoire est sur la bonne trajectoire et invite tous les pays à marcher ensemble, main dans la main, dans la solidarité agissante, dans un esprit d'équité, de justice et de paix pour une planète protégée, tant pour les générations présentes que pour les générations futures. Je vous remercie. Obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Pauline Antoine Prosper, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology and Vocational Training of St. Lucia. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the government and people of St. Lucia extend warm congratulations to Brazil for assuming the COP30 presidency. We thank you for hosting us in BELEM, a city that reminds us that Earth's lungs and the ocean's pulse are one and the same. We meet here amid deepening loss and mounting urgency. This year, Hurricane Melissa stands among the most intense Atlantic hurricanes on record, a Category 5 that devastated parts of our Caribbean family. For St. Lucia and our fellow small island developing states, the climate crisis is no longer a forecast. It is a lived experience. Mr. President, St. Lucia passed its Climate Change Act in 2024, a landmark law that gives legal force to our climate agenda and strengthens the coordination of all sectors in the fight for resilience. In February 2025, we became the first Caribbean country to submit our third nationally determined contribution. Our government has also established a sovereign wealth fund to provide financial support in its adaptation and mitigation efforts. St. Lucia chose to lead, not because it is easy, but because survival leaves us no alternative. This year's advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice has brought long-awaited moral clarity to our global struggle. For St. Lucia and our fellow Cids, it affirms that the climate crisis is a question of justice, not charity, of obligation, not discretion. We therefore call on all parties to treat the ICJ opinion as a mandate for action, a guide for embedding accountability, urgency, and fairness in every decision of this conference and every future COP. We urgently need new climate finance architecture, one that delivers grant-based, highly concessional, and predictable funding. The Loss and Damage Fund, though operational, remains grossly underfunded. There is too much red tape in accessing climate finance. St. Lucia is part of CARICOM, the OECS, and AOSIS continues to advocate for and defend the special circumstances of seeds, ensuring our voices resonate in the global climate governance architecture. We may be small in landmass, but our moral authority is mighty. We also recognize the meaningful contribution of partners beyond our region. We acknowledge the role of Taiwan, whose support in innovation and renewable technologies continues to assist vulnerable nations in building resilience and advancing our collective pursuit of a low-carbon resilient future. Colleagues and friends, climate change spares no one. Mechanisms like UNFCCC and Paris Agreement must not exclude Taiwan. In the spirit of COP30's global Mochiro, we urge all countries to support Taiwan's participation. Mr. President, the world risks surpassing the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. That science says is the difference between manageable impacts and catastrophic loss. The imperative is clear. We must act with ambition now before 1.50 Celsius slips beyond our grasp. Let COP30 mark a turning point where justice is operationalized, science is respected, finance is accessible, and solidarity becomes the currency of survival. Let us leave BELEM with a legacy of courage and commitment, a pact that honors the lives already lost, protects the vulnerable, and preserves the right of every child on every island to inherit a livable planet. I thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Patranand Thong Prapan, Deputy Secretary General to the Prime Minister for Political Affairs of Thailand. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first, Thailand would like to extend our gratitude to the government of Brazil for hosting COP30 in BELEM. We believe COP30 will reaffirm our collective solidarity and our unwavering commitment to advancing global climate change negotiations and fostering enhanced climate action in response to escalating climate crisis. Mr. President, Thailand arrived at COP30 with a bold ambition by 2035. Under the new NDC 3.0, we set an absolute emission reduction target of 47% below the 2019 level, resulting in a net country emission of 152 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. This move aligns with 1.5 degree pathway, accelerating our net zero emission target by 2050. As a country highly vulnerable to climate impacts, Thailand emphasized the importance of measurable outcomes of the global goal on adaptation. We stand ready to work with all parties for ensuring that the GGA indicators are inherent between global progress and national implementation. Mr. President, in parallel, Thailand has put in place a robust, transparent, and credible national system in implementing Article 6. We achieved real emission reduction, share benefits, and built a reliable and sustainable carbon market that supports both global goals and domestic actions. Another key milestone in the forthcoming Climate Change Act, which will serve as foundation for a long-term whole-of-society approach to climate action by establishing National Climate Fund and carbon pricing instruments. In September this year, we organized the 4th Thailand Climate Action Conference under the theme Inspiring Inspiring Climate Solution for All, which attract over 11,000 participants, including representatives from over 30 embassies, reflecting strong international and cross-sectoral collaboration in Thailand. Mr. President, COP30 is the moment to reaffirm our unity and determination. Let us ensure that the outcome of the BELEM foster trust, accelerate implementation, and deliver tangible progress for our planet. In the spirit of the global multilateral, Thailand stands ready to join hands with all partners to drive faster climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Nov Behbhani, Acting Director General of the Kuwait Environment Public Authority of Kuwait. You have the floor.
Thank you. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية يطيب لي أن أتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى جمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية على كرم الاستضافة وحسن تنظيم هذا المؤتمر. السيدات والسادة، ينعقد مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثين في مرحلة استثنائية تشهد فيها دول العالم استعداد لتقديم مساهماتها الوطنية الثالثة تنفيذا لبنود اتفاق باريس للمناخ، واستكمالا لما تحقق من إنجازات في مؤتمر باكو لتنفيذ المادة السادسة من الاتفاق. ويجسد هذا الحراك الدولي إيمان المجتمع الدولي الراسخ بضرورة مكافحة تغير المناخ والتصدي لتداعياته الخطيرة على الإنسان والبيئة والنظم الاقتصادية في مختلف أرجاء العالم. إنما يشهده كوكبنا من ظواهر مناخية متطرفة وكوارث طبيعية متزايدة نتيجة ارتفاع درجات الحرارة، يحتم علينا جميعا توحيد الجهود الدولية وتسريع وتيرة اتخاذ قرارات فعالة وقابلة للتنفيذ تضمن حماية الدول والشعوب الأكثر هشاشة من تبعات تغير المناخ، وبالأخص تلك التي وردت في الفقرة الثامنة من المادة الرابعة من الاتفاقية الإطارية، مع التأكيد على مبدأ من المسؤولية التاريخية للانبعاثات والمسؤولية المشتركة مع تباين الأعباء بين الدول لإصلاح النظام المناخي وتحقيقا لأهداف التنمية المستدامة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أن دولة الكويت ليست بمنأى عن آثار تغير المناخ، حيث تواجه ارتفاعا متزايدا في درجات الحرارة وتغيرا في أنماط هطول الأمطار، إلى جانب ما تتعرض له من عواصف رملية وغبارية متكررة تؤثر سلبا على البيئة والصحة العامة والاقتصاد الوطني، وتستنزف الموارد البشرية والمالية في جهود التكيف مع هذه الآثار. ورغم هذه التحديات تواصل دولة الكويت بذل جهود كبيرة للحد من انبعاث الغازات التبيئة، إلى جانب إعداد البرامج الوطنية للتكيف مع الآثار السلبية للتغير المناخي. كما تعمل الدولة حاليا على إعداد خارطة الطريق وطنية لتنفيذ تعهداتها بالوصول إلى الحياد الكربوني بحلول 2060، تنفيذا لتوجيهات سمو أمير البلاد المفدى وسمو ولي العهد حفظهما الله ورعاهما، والتزاما منا بمسؤولياتها البيئية على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي. السيدات والسادة، إن مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثين يشكل محطة محورية في مسيرة العمل المناخي الدولي، إذ يمثل اختبارا حقيقيا لقدرة المجتمع الدولي على تحقيق التوازن بين أهداف التخفيف من الانبعاثات وجهود التكيف مع الآثار المناخية، وضمان توفير التمويل الكافي ونقل التكنولوجيا وبناء القدرات للدولة النامية مع الالتزام بالمبادئ الأساسية للاتفاقية، وفي مقدمتها العدالة والمرونة والتباين في القدرات والمسؤوليات، بما يتيح للدول النامية المضي قدما في الخطط التنموية دون إعاقة. وفي الختام، تؤكد دولة الكويت التزامها الراسخ بمواصلة العمل مع المجتمع الدولي لتعزيز الجهود العالمية لمواجهة تغير المناخ وبذل كل ما يلزم من تعاون بناء لتحقيق أهداف الاتفاقية الإطارية واتفاق باريس، متمنين أن تكلل أعمال هذا المؤتمر بنتائج واقعية وملموسة تحقق العدالة المناخية وتدفع بالعالم نحو مستقبل أكثر استدامة وأمنا بيئيا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Mohammad Naveed Safiullah, Additional Secretary of Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum and warm greetings from Bangladesh. I extend sincere thanks and appreciation to the government of Brazil and the friendly people of BELEM for hosting COP30. We meet in BELEM at a time when the world suffers from irreversible damage caused by climate change and reels from a trust deficit in multilateralism. For Bangladesh, climate change is a daily reality. Extreme temperature, cyclones, floods, sea level rise, and river bank erosion are displacing millions, damaging biodiversity, and pushing vulnerable communities to the edge. Bangladesh fights extreme climate events at one end while continuing to shoulder the humanitarian burden of the Rohingya crisis. This reminds us that climate conflict and displacement multiply costs for climate vulnerable countries. Mr. President, Bangladesh chooses leadership and responsibility in the face of vulnerability. We continue to act with ambition, though we contribute less than 0.5% of global emissions. We are advancing NDC 3.0 aligned with the GST outcome, aiming for 25% of electricity from renewables by 2035, 5 times higher than the current level. We are operationalizing our national adaptation plan and investing in locally led adaptation. We must remember that climate vulnerable countries cannot survive without predictable finance and technology. In the absence of support, governments are forced to allocate scarce budgets to disaster management at the expense of health and education, crippling the prospects of future generations. Mr. President, Bangladesh urges 4 actionable pathways to galvanize global climate action. First, climate action must be perceived through the lens of justice. We must translate ICJ advisory opinion into measurable accountability. Developed countries must lead with urgent emission cuts and provide scaled-up, predictable finance and technology transfer aligned with the Paris Agreement. Second, public finance must be strengthened and aligned with low-emission and climate-resilient pathways. We demand that adaptation finance should be at least USD 120 billion per year. Third, scale grant-based adaptation finance and immediately operationalize the fund for loss and damage with easy access for vulnerable countries to support climate-resilient infrastructure and shock-responsive social protection. Fourth, we must invest in locally led adaptation and nature-based solutions. We urge investing in mangrove forests like Sundarbans in Bangladesh, climate-resilient agriculture, and community flood risk management. Mr. President, the politicization and commercialization of climate initiatives have only deepened delay at the cost of increased damage. COP30 in BELEM will either be another mistrain propelling us toward climate collapse or a turning point that redeems years of inaction. Our collective resolve will determine the outcome. In BELEM, let courage rise, let justice lead, and let collective action begin to build a safer planet for future generations. I thank you. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Jean Matanga, Cabinet Minister for Natural Resources, Energy and Mining of Malawi, speaking on behalf of the least developed countries. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It is a profound honor to address this 30th Conference of the Parties here in BELEM, Brazil, on behalf of people from Malawi and the Republic, on behalf of people from the Republic of Malawi and the 44 least developed countries. Permit me, Mr. President, to associate this statement with the statements made by the Group of 77 and China, Africa Group and the Alliance of Small Island Developing States. As we gather today, under the focus of global material, in the face of escalating climate threats, Malawi, as a nation of resilient farmers, vibrant communities, and unyielding spirit, stands ready to engage with renewed determination and hope for the future. We commend the government of Brazil for hosting this pivotal conference of parties that focuses on accelerating the implementation of climate action. Mr. President, Malawi, like many other least developed countries, did not cause the current global warming and its associated climate shocks, but continues to suffer the adverse effects of climate change, ranging from floods, droughts, heat waves, and consequently impacting food security, water security, livelihoods, and socio-economic growth. For instance, the current 2025 Food Security Vulnerability Assessment findings indicate that 4,009,537 people, representing 22% of the population, will not be able to meet their annual food requirements due to poor harvests caused by dry spells, which occurred during the last growing season in many parts of Malawi. And this is a common phenomenon across the least developed countries. Your Excellencies, it is our sincere hope that this COP will build on momentum from COP29 in Baku to constructively engage on a number of key thematic negotiations on our agenda at this session. Mr. President, it is my belief that COP30, as an implementation COP, has to ensure that all the countries from the least global stocktake are implemented. A good starting point is to ensure that countries align the updated nationally determined contributions with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal and fast-track drafting of national adaptation plans. However, these should not just be books on our shelves. The plans and commitments should be fully supported with adequate means of implementation. We are at a point where we need to strengthen international cooperation to fast-track and intensify implementation of climate action, action amidst geopolitical changes impacting developing countries. Mr. President, the LDCs do not want to be left behind in fulfilling our climate obligations. Recently, Malawi has submitted its first biannual transparency report combined with fourth national communication and is currently finalizing the national adaptation plan and updating its national determined contributions. These key documents highlight Malawi's ambitious key climate actions to build resilience to climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Going forward, Mr. President, the LDC group calls for more ambitious actions and not just promises. We call on developed nations to honor their moral and legal obligations under the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, a key decision from the COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan. Mr. President, we further call for accessible, grant-based climate finance that prioritizes local communities with resilient infrastructure and ecosystems, grassroots delivery, and empowerment of farmers with climate-smart agriculture technologies. And in conclusion, Mr. President, in this final week of COP30, LDCs seek to constructively engage with all parties for fruitful discussions that chart a holistic way forward to fast-track implementation and action in the spirit of Montreal. Let us leave BELEM not with hollow promises, but with finance that equitably funds the fight against climate change. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Masho Khakhneletse, Head of Delegation of Georgia. You have the floor.
Dear COP Presidency, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address you on behalf of the Government of Georgia. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Government of the Federative Republic of Brazil for generously hosting this important conference in the Amazon, the lungs of the world. As we mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, it is vital to recognize the progress we have made together. From bending the global emissions curves to putting into effect the Loss and Damage Fund, these milestones reflect the enduring strength of collective action. Celebrating such progress reaffirms the Paris spirit and the value of multilateral climate cooperation. At COP30, Georgia seeks an outcome that balances urgency with practicality, anchoring our shared ambitions in the tools that drive implementation and shapes a resilient, decarbonized future. Science is undeniable, and the window for the action is narrowing. The decisions we make here must clearly respond to the ambition and the implementation gaps and provide a roadmap forward. Georgia will support a consensus outcome that recognizes these gaps and commits us to closing them through the now fully operational Paris Agreement. National determined contributions are not abstract pledges. They are the operational blueprints for climate action. COP30 must produce a strong and actionable outcome on adaptation. This includes finalizing the global goal on adaptation indicators and defining the modalities of the Baku adaptation roadmap. These steps ensure that adaptation moves from discourse to meaningful integration in the national planning and global accountability. It is also essential to establish a follow-up to the doubling of the adaptation finance goal, which concludes this year. Georgia is preparing its national adaptation plan and encourages others to do likewise. Finance is the engine of the implementation. Georgia welcomes the Baku to BELEM roadmap to 1.3 trillion and calls for it to be both credible and inspiring. We support a strong signal on adaptation finance, including consideration on a new collective goal beyond 2025. Technology remains central to unlocking the full potential of NDCs. The technology mechanism provides the backbone for innovations, capacity building, and deployment. Georgia views technology not as a standalone solution, but a driver of inclusive and resilient development that decouples growth from emission and ensures that no one is left behind. Ambition, adaptation, finance, and technology are strongly connected. Together, they enable countries to deliver on their climate promise. Georgia welcomes the COP30 presidency's efforts to align the action agenda with the outcomes of the global stocktake. This is a vital step towards translating decisions into tangible progress. The presidency's vision is transformational, and if fully implemented, it will be a vital part of generating momentum on ambition and implementing from COP30 in a way that is clearly relatable to our people from whom we are working. We believe that 6 thematic areas should converge into a clear and unified signal, one that reflects our progress and charts a credible course for the future. The action agenda is not peripheral. It is a powerful instrument to elevate ambition and strengthen climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ronnie Rodriguez Chavez, Head of Delegation of Costa Rica. You have the floor.
Saludos, señor presidente. Saludos, excelencias, distinguidos delegaciones, colegas, amigos y amigas. Costa Rica llega a esta COP30, la COP de la implementación, no solo con compromisos, sino con resultados. En un mundo que clama por acción, nuestra historia demuestra que es posible construir prosperidad, descarbonizando, no contaminando. Hace más de 70 años, conscientes de que nuestras amenazas no eran militares, sino que eran ambientales, abolimos el ejército y apostamos por la educación y la paz. Hace más de 30 años comenzamos a restaurar nuestros bosques, hay más del 60% de nuestro territorio que está cubierto por árboles y casi un 100% de nuestra electricidad proviene de fuentes totalmente renovables. No son promesas, son políticas públicas sostenidas, respaldadas por instituciones sólidas y por una ciudadanía comprometida. Costa Rica fue uno de los primeros países en presentar Plan Nacional de Descarbonización de largo plazo, con metas claras hacia el 2050. Pero no esperamos al futuro. Hoy empezamos a electrificar el transporte público, el transporte privado, la industria. Ya protegemos nuestros ecosistemas marinos, ya vinculamos la acción climática con justicia y equidad territorial. Sabemos que somos un país pequeño, pero también sabemos que el liderazgo no se mide por toneladas de carbono, sino por la voluntad de actuar, con la coherencia entre lo que se dice y se hace. Por eso Costa Rica presenta hoy como un ejemplo la implementación real, multisectorial y transformadora. En cuanto a las NDCs presentadas en esta misma COP30, destacamos nuestros objetivos para la movilidad eléctrica y sostenible y el fomento de la industria descarbonizada y el aprovechamiento de los residuos para producir energía. Incorporamos 3 contribuciones en la transición justa, donde ponemos a las personas en el centro, para que la descarbonización de la economía tenga rostro humano. En el ámbito de la adaptación al cambio climático presentamos nuestro código de construcción para la resiliencia de la infraestructura y priorizamos la adaptación de los recursos hídricos y del agro. Con orgullo llevamos nuestro diálogo con los pueblos y territorios indígenas que nos han permitido contar con las metas específicas para ello, tanto en la mitigación como en la adaptación al cambio climático, contribuyendo a fortalecer su protagonismo en el programa de pago de servicios ambientales. Invitamos a las naciones aquí reunidas a vernos no solo como una excepción, sino como una demostración de lo posible. La acción climática no es un sacrificio, es una oportunidad para redefinir el desarrollo, para generar empleo, para proteger la vida de nuestro planeta. Acogemos el espíritu de Mutirao que nos acompaña durante la COP30. La implementación no puede esperar y Costa Rica está lista para seguir caminando junto a quienes quieren avanzar con ambición, transparencia y esperanza. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Genti Bendo, Ambassador of Albania to Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. As a developing country, Albania acknowledges that our individual actions alone cannot alter the global trajectory of emissions. Nevertheless, because of our reliance on hydropower, we are proud to be among the few countries that produce no CO2 emissions from energy generation. However, there are hazards associated with this accomplishment because our reliance on climate-sensitive resources exposes us to increasing hydrological variability at a time when energy demand is rising, necessitating innovation and diversity. In this spirit, Albania has embarked on a transformative path toward a resilient and low-carbon future. Our government is in the process of revising the national determined contribution to include a more ambitious target, reaffirming our strong commitment to the Paris Agreement. Prior to COP30, we submitted our first biennial transparency report to UNFCCC, contributing to the global stocktake by demonstrating progress in mitigation, adaptation, and finance. Moreover, the National Adaptation Plan, NAP, a comprehensive national framework for climate resilience, is now under final consultation and will be approved by December 25. Next one. Adaptation remains central to Albanian climate policy. To date, 8 municipalities have adopted local adaptation plan and 14 others have initiated the drafting process. Our approach extends to the rural sector when the Climate Resilience and Agricultural Development Project implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture and supported by the World Bank, is strengthening climate-smart agriculture. Through $70 million investment, it enhances irrigation and drainage infrastructure, supports sustainable farming practice, and empowers farmers to manage climate risks more effectively. Complementing these efforts, the DAP project is modernizing Albania's early warning systems and building community-based resilience mechanisms, prioritizing the protection of vulnerable groups, low-income families, women, children, and the elderly, by ensuring access to timely climate information and adaptive services. These initiatives uphold our citizens' economic, social, and cultural rights, even amid climate-induced challenges. We are also advancing our forestry and ecosystem restoration agenda, a key pillar of our green growth strategy. The government has launched afforestation pilot projects using drone technology, a first in the region, allowing large-scale tree planting in degraded areas with efficiency and precision. Energy transformation remains another cornerstone of Albania's climate and development agenda. Our country continues to expand renewable energy generation beyond hydropower, with growing investments in solar and wind. Sustainability is not only about technology, it is also about protecting our natural heritage. In 2023, Albania declared the Vjosa River Europe's first wild river national park, a milestone in nature-based development. However, we recognize that the path ahead requires collective global effort. For our initiatives to achieve their full potentials, access to climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building remains essential. We therefore call upon developed nations to honor and amplify their financial commitment under the Paris Agreement. In conclusion, Albania's story is one of ambition, innovation, and partnership, anchored in tradition yet driven by the vision of a sustainable future. Let us unite in delivering our commitments and in building a world that future generations will be proud to inherit. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kennedy Jerome Swarat Singh, Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as a small island developing state, Trinidad and Tobago stand on the front line of the climate crisis. The increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, rising sea levels, and shifting rainfall patterns continue to threaten our people, our ecosystem, and our national development. For Trinidad and Tobago, the climate challenge is not abstract, but it is a daily reality that demands our urgent and sustained global action, one for which the Trinidad and Tobago government remains steadfast in adopting strategic and coordinating approaches to continue to confront and manage its impact. Trinidad and Tobago remains firmly committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in accordance with our nationally determined contributions. As part of our efforts, we are advancing initiatives to promote the use of electric vehicles within the public sector, expanding the uptake of solar water heaters for household use, and encouraging the transition towards cleaner energy sources such as green hydrogen. We are also exploring opportunities to participate in emerging carbon markets as a means of mobilizing investments in low-carbon development while supporting national decarbonization efforts. Our transition towards a low-carbon and climate-resilient future must also be fair and just, and one that is equitable, inclusive, and leaves no one behind. Trinidad and Tobago is taking concrete steps to protect workers and vulnerable communities, foster new sustainable economic opportunities, and align national development with environmental stewardship. Delivering this transition requires stronger international cooperation, grounded in trust, equity, and shared responsibility, and Trinidad and Tobago will look towards opportunities in this area. At the same time, adaptation requires essential elements to protect our people, infrastructure, and ecosystem. We continue to strengthen resilience through the implementation of our National Adaptation Plan, integrating climate consideration into every facet of national planning. However, Trinidad and Tobago recognizes that ambition alone is not enough, and implementation must now take center stage, as echoed by many parties here at COP. We must now move beyond negotiations and decisions to real on-the-ground implementation that delivers measurable results, build resilient communities, restore ecosystems, and strengthen livelihood. To make this possible, climate finance remains fundamental. It is our hope that developed countries continue to honor their commitments as a matter of equity and global responsibility. Predictable, accessible, and adequate finance is critical to bridge the gap between ambition and implementation, and remains the key tool in the fight against climate change. In concluding, I would like to reaffirm Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to the Paris Agreement and to working collectively towards an inclusive and action-oriented outcome at COP30, one that transforms promises into progress and ensures safer, more resilient plan for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Deborah Mulongo Barasa, Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry of Kenya. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
COP30 President, His Excellency Andre Correa do Lago, Executive Secretary of UNFCCC, Simon Steele, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We gather here in BELEM, a city that stands as a living symbol of what humanity risks losing and what we must fight to protect. The Amazon, the great lung of our planet, surrounds us not as a comforting backdrop, but as a reminder that our time to act is running dangerously short. Africa arrived at COP30 with clarity and with urgency. We are the continent least responsible for this crisis, yet we face its hardest consequences. Droughts, floods, and extreme heat have become part of the daily lives of millions of our people, eroding development gains and straining the very foundations of our economies. These impacts are not just projections, they are the lived reality of a continent already in the eye of the storm. And it is for this reason that Africa continues to call for the formal recognition of its special needs and special circumstances. This is not a plea for sympathy, it is a call for equity and fairness, so that the decisions taken reflect the realities on the ground and guide the support we require in the means of implementation. This COP is witnessing pivotal negotiations on the global goal on adaptation. Africa insists that this goal cannot remain an aspiration without form or measurement. We must agree on a clear framework with indicators that capture the true breadth of adaptation, from resilient infrastructure to food systems, from health to ecosystem protection, and from gender equality to the inclusion of marginalized communities. Adaptation cannot continue to be the poor cousin of climate action, underfunded, vaguely defined, and perpetually delayed. Developing countries, including the LDC, have called for a tripling of adaptation finance, and Africa aligns fully with this demand. We need scaled-up, predictable, and predominantly grant-based funding that does not worsen the debt burdens already crippling our economies. Climate finance itself remaining the defining test of global solidarity. At COP29 in Baku, the world agreed to a new target, USD 1.3 trillion annually by 2035. Here in BELEM, we must transform that commitment into implementation by operationalizing the Baku to BELEM roadmap. Africa expects a transparent pathway, clear milestones, and financing that reaches those who need it the most, not in trickles, not in complex instruments, but in forms that enable real climate action on the ground. Loss and damage must also receive meaningful allocations. Communities already broken by climate-driven disasters cannot rebuild on promises. Central to Africa's approach is the conviction that we must not only adapt to climate change, but we must also transform. Technology is a cornerstone of this transformation. Yet Africa continues to confront barriers that prevent us from accessing or producing the very technologies that will shape the low-carbon world. Through the Technology Implementation Program, we urge countries to support genuine technology transfer, to address intellectual property constraints, and to invest in regional innovation and manufacturing hubs. Africa cannot remain a consumer of imported solutions. We must be empowered to develop and deploy our own. A just transition must underpin all this work. The global shift away from carbon-intensive pathways must be fair, inclusive, and people-centered, reflecting the developmental needs of Africa's society. In this regard, Africa supports the establishment of an Africa Just Transition Technical Assistance Network to guide countries in protecting workers, building new skills, and ensuring that no community is left behind. At the same time, we caution against unilateral measures, including trade policies that may undermine our exports, restrict our access to green markets, or punish countries that are already striving for a fair transition. Let us be clear, climate justice is incomplete without gender justice. Women across Africa bear the heaviest burdens of climate change, from food insecurity to water scarcity, from caregiving responsibilities to economic disruption. At this COP, we therefore support an enhanced gender action plan that does more than reference gender sensitivity. It must embed gender responsiveness into every decision and address the structural inequalities, including patriarchal system and historical injustices that have long suppressed the voices of women and girls. Excellencies, Africa's message at this COP is simple. We are ready. We are willing partners. We are rich in renewable potential. We are home to the minerals and human capital the world needs for a successful transition. But partnership cannot be one-sided. We need global action that is commensurate with the scale of the crisis and aligned with the urgency of science. Africa comes not with demands, but with a vision of shared prosperity, shared responsibility, and shared survival. Let COP30 be remembered as the COP of truth and hope, when ambition met implementation, when equity guided decisions, when Africa's voice and the voice of all vulnerable nations reshaped the future of global climate action. What we do here in BELEM will echo far beyond these walls, across continents and generations. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Joseph Caruana, Permanent Secretary of Malta. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of Malta's Minister for the Environment, Energy and Public Cleanliness. Malta expresses its deep appreciation to Brazil for its leadership and hospitality. Excellencies, COP30 is a decisive moment for reaffirming our commitment to multilateralism and the Paris Agreement. The science is clear. We must keep 1.5 within reach. As the IPCC and the global stocktake have shown, ambition and implementation must accelerate. Climate change remains an existential threat as the window to act closes. Malta supports enhanced NDC ambition through the annual UAE dialogue to close gaps, share lessons, and enhance delivery. Malta advances a just transition that benefits all, integrating gender equality, youth participation, and the need of vulnerable communities, especially SIDS and LDCs. We welcome the UAE BELEM work program and call for clear, measurable indicators to track global adaptation and resilience progress, and within the NCQG framework for scaled-up adaptation finance and the effective operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund to reach those most affected. Malta's NECP sets a clear mitigation path: a 77% reduction in power sector emissions by 2030, a 59% reduction in waste sector emissions, and a 25% renewable energy share. We are investing in grid upgrades, battery storage, and offshore renewables, supporting the EU's call to triple global renewables, double energy efficiency improvements, and advance the transition away from fossil fuels in line with the COP28 outcome. Importantly, Malta has already reduced its per capita emissions by over 44% compared to 2005, and emissions per unit of GDP by more than 8%, demonstrating our commitment to decoupling growth from emissions. On climate finance, Malta supports the new collective quantified goal and its ambition to mobilize at least $1.3 trillion per year by 2035 from all sources. Climate finance must be accessible, predictable, and responsive to vulnerable countries, particularly for adaptation and loss and damage. Malta stresses cross-cutting action, integrating climate efforts with biodiversity, food security, and nature-based solutions. We are strengthening Mediterranean regional cooperation and remain a committed partner to SIDS, including through support for the Climate Vulnerability and Risks and Resilience Index. Finally, on transparency, Malta is committed to robust reporting to ensure our actions are measurable and accountable. Excellencies, COP30 must restore confidence in the UNFCCC process and deliver ambition with fairness, inclusivity, and resilience. Let us turn commitments into tangible action and reaffirm the Paris Agreement as the central, legitimate, and inclusive framework for global climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ali Sharif, Climate Envoy, President's Office of the Maldives. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. His Excellency Ambassador Andre Correa de Lago, President of COP30, Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Muiz, President of the Republic of Maldives, and the people of the Maldives, I extend our gratitude to the government of Brazil for hosting this COP in the heart of the Amazon. We gather amid geopolitical uncertainty and on the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. We must prove that multilateralism can deliver. Excellencies, the science is clear. The climate crisis is accelerating. The gap between what we must do and what we are doing widens daily. Let us be candid. 30 COPs, 3 decades of promises and pledges, a decade since the Paris Agreement. Yet emissions rise, finance falls short, and the world remains far from the 1.5-degree pathway. This is not about blame, this is about responsibility. We are SIDS with structural vulnerabilities and many challenges. Despite this, the Maldives submitted an ambitious third NDC this February, strengthening our emission reduction efforts and safeguarding our climate export sectors through 2035. We are now nearing the end of COP30, 30 years of negotiations. The system designs decade ago no longer reflect our vulnerability or urgency of this crisis. It is essential that we build on the outcome of Baku and advance the implementation of the NCQG on climate finance. Current access to the finance remains slow, fragmented, and heavily bureaucratic. This COP must reaffirm that adaptation is a global priority equal to mitigation. The global finance architecture must evolve. The indicators on the global goal on adaptation must be manageable and easy measurable to track genuine progress. Climate adaptation finance must be scaled up, accessible, predictable, and primarily grant-based. We urgently call for tripling adaptation finance to $120 billion by 2030. Excellencies, the Maldives is here in BELEM in the spirit of cooperation, committed to rebuilding trust and accelerating delivery. We call on all parties who have not yet submitted their NDCs to do so and to align with the 1.5-degree pathway. Let COP30 be the moment the world begins to deliver on its promises, for the vulnerable survival is at stake. We negotiate to defend our present and our future. The Maldives stands ready to act. We call on our partners to join us, and I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ahmed bin Mohammed Al-Shaibani, Ambassador of the State of Qatar to Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
سعادة رئيس مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثون لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، يسرني أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر لجمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية على حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة، وللأمين التنفيذي لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ على الجهود التنظيمية. أصحاب السعادة، إن مجابهة تغير المناخ مسؤولية جماعية مشتركة تتطلب جهدا دوليا متضافرا يقوم على مبادئ العدالة والإنصاف ومبدأ المسؤوليات المشتركة ولكن المتباينة، كما تتطلب مراعاة الظروف الوطنية للدول النامية. تؤكد دولة قطر التزامها الثابت بأهداف واتفاقات النظام المناخي الدولي، وعلى رأسها اتفاق باريس، وبضرورة الحفاظ عليه دون إعادة صياغة أو فرض التزامات جديدة تتجاوز ما تم الاتفاق عليه. تواصل دولة قطر جهودها الوطنية الطموحة الهادفة إلى تحقيق التوازن بين النمو الاقتصادي وحماية البيئة وصولا إلى مستقبل منخفض الانبعاثات وأكثر استدامة من خلال خطة العمل الوطنية للتغير المناخي التي تشكل إطاراً شاملاً يضم العديد من المبادرات والإجراءات للتخفيف والتكيف، وتستهدف خفض انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة بنسبة 25% بحلول عام 2030 وتعزيز كفاءة استخدام الطاقة. السيدات والسادة، تعمل دولة قطر على تعزيز استثماراتها في الطاقة المتجددة وتنويع مزيج الطاقة الوطني من خلال مشاريع الطاقة شمسية كبرى وزيادة نسبة الطاقة النظيفة في منظومة الطاقة الوطنية، إلى جانب تنفيذ برامج وطنية لرفع كفاءة استهلاك الكهرباء والمياه في مختلف القطاعات. كما حققت دولة قطر في قطاع النقل والبنية التحتية تقدما ملحوظا يعكس توجها نحو اقتصاد منخفض الانبعاثات، حيث تم تشغيل مترو الدوحة وترام بلوسيل كنماذج فعالة للنقل المستدام، إلى جانب توسعة شبكة الرصد البيئي لمراقبة جودة الهواء وضمان الالتزام بأعلى المعايير البيئية. وعلى المستوى الدولي تواصل دولة قطر أداء دورها في دعم الجهود العالمية للتصدي لتغير المناخ، سواء عبر دعم الدول أقل نمواً في بناء قدراتها البيئية والتكنولوجية أو عبر المساهمة في أمن الطاقة العالمي من خلال توفير غاز طبيعي مسال عالي الكفاءة. الحضور الكريم، أن التحدي المناخي يتجاوز كونه قضية بيئية ليصبح قضية تنموية واجتماعية واقتصادية شاملة، تتطلب تضافر الجهود بين الحكومات والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني، وتدعو إلى تعزيز التعاون الدولي وتفعيل آليات التنفيذ بما يسمح للدول بتحقيق أهدافها الوطنية وفق قدراتها وظروفها، مع ضرورة وضع ونهج عالمي متوازن يحافظ على فرص التنمية للدول النامية. وختاما، تتطلع دولة قطر إلى أن تسهم في مداولات مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثون في إجراء تقدم ملموس يدعم الثقة في العمل المناخي المتعدد الأطراف ويعزز الانسجام بين التطلعات العالمية والقدرات الوطنية على أرض الواقع. وشكرا للسيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Komara, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Guinea to Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la COP30, permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer la profonde gratitude de la République de Guinée au gouvernement brésilien pour son hospitalité combien fraternelle et l'organisation tant exemplaire de cette 30e conférence des parties à la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques dans cette ville historique et inspirante de BELEM. Monsieur le Président, la République de Guinée demeure résolument engagée dans la mise en œuvre de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques et l'accord de Paris. Le bilan de la CDND l'atteste éloquemment avec une cible atteinte aux 2 tiers pour la baisse des émissions sans aide extérieure sur la période 2021-2025. Le changement d'utilité des terres contre un quart pour l'objectif de réduction d'émissions avec l'appui de ses partenaires techniques et financiers internationaux. Depuis l'adoption de l'accord de Paris en 2015, la Guinée a consenti de gros efforts pour atténuer ses émissions et adapter ses infrastructures par des mesures concrètes, dont entre autres la mise en service de nouveaux barrages hydroélectriques, la conception d'un instrument innovant de tarification carbone dans le secteur minier, ce qui est premier du genre en Afrique, l'adoption d'un décret interdisant les plastiques à usage unique et le développement de pratiques agricoles durables et résilientes au changement climatique. Dans le même élan dynamique, notre pays a adopté le 16 octobre 2023 sa 3e génération de contributions déterminée au niveau national, traduisant une ambition renforcée en matière d'adaptation et des engagements structurés autour des axes prioritaires suivants: l'accélération du développement des énergies renouvelables, la lutte contre la déforestation et l'extension des aires protégées, la sauvegarde des écosystèmes du massif du Fouta-Djallon, qui constitue le château d'eau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, et la décarbonation du secteur minier, conformément au programme Simandou 2040. L'objectif de la Guinée est de réaliser une réduction globale de 20% des émissions de gaz à effet de serre d'ici à 2035 sur les secteurs de l'énergie, des mines et des déchets, pouvant atteindre 49% en intégrant la contribution des forêts guinéennes qui constituent un véritable puits de carbone pour l'Afrique. Ces ambitions traduisent la vision responsable de son Excellence M. Mamadi Doumbouya, président de la République, chef de l'État, et s'inscrivent dans le cadre juridique et institutionnel national, notamment le Code forestier et le Code environnemental. Monsieur le Président, la mise en œuvre effective de la CDN3 requiert un soutien accru des partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, techniques et financiers, car aucun pays ne peut relever seul le défi climatique. C'est dans ce cadre que la Guinée réitère son appel au renforcement du financement international à travers une mobilisation accrue des fonds verts pour le climat, etc. Monsieur le Président, en tant que nation engagée sur le développement durable, la République de Guinée réaffirme sa volonté de contribuer activement à la limitation du réchauffement planétaire à 1,5%. Pour y parvenir, nous lançons un appel solennel à la solidarité internationale afin que les décisions de BELEM traduisent une mobilisation concrète pour la mise en œuvre du CDN et pour la protection des générations présentes et futures. Vive la coopération internationale, vive la solidarité climatique mondiale. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Monique Barbut, Minister for Ecological Transition, Biodiversity and International Negotiations on Climate and Nature of France. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues, Je souhaite tout d'abord remercier la présidence brésilienne de nous accueillir ici à BELEM pour la COP30 dans cette ville au cœur de l'Amazonie. Comme vous le savez, nous célébrons cette année les 10 ans de l'accord de Paris. Permettez-moi de revenir un instant sur le bilan de ces 10 années. Avant l'accord de Paris, nous étions sur une trajectoire de 4 à 5 degrés. Nous sommes désormais sur une trajectoire de 2 à 3 degrés. C'est encore beaucoup trop, mais nous avons évité le pire. Depuis 10 ans, le prix des panneaux solaires a été divisé par 10 et le prix des éoliennes a été divisé par 3. Il y a 10 ans, une nouvelle voiture sur 100 était électrique. Aujourd'hui, une nouvelle voiture sur 5 est électrique. Ces chiffres montrent l'ampleur du chemin parcouru et à quel point l'accord de Paris a transformé nos quotidiens. Dans ce combat contre le changement climatique, la France et l'Union européenne font leur part. Sur l'atténuation, l'Union européenne vient de s'engager sur une baisse de 90% des émissions d'ici 2040. Ce n'est pas une déclaration politique, c'est un objectif juridiquement contraignant. Aujourd'hui, l'Union européenne est le continent le plus ambitieux au monde sur le plan climatique. Nous avons aussi choisi de consacrer 5% de cette baisse aux crédits carbone internationaux. C'est essentiel car l'Union européenne ne représente plus que 6% des émissions mondiales. Et tous ces efforts seront vains si l'Europe ne se tourne pas également vers le reste du monde qui représente 94% des émissions. Nous assumons aussi nos responsabilités sur le plan de la finance climat avec près de 40% de la finance publique climat mondiale. À titre national, la France a consacré 7 milliards d'euros de financement public pour la solidarité climatique en 2024, dont plus de 40% pour l'adaptation. Au-delà de ces chiffres, l'Union européenne trace la voie d'un modèle qui concilie écologie et économie. Depuis 1990, l'Europe a diminué ses émissions de 40%. Dans le même temps, sa richesse a augmenté de 70%. En France, une usine sur 2 qui ouvre est une usine qui œuvre pour la transition écologique. Je voudrais aussi souligner que les efforts que nous faisons ne pourront fonctionner que s'ils sont partagés par tous. À l'heure où nous parlons, plus de 75 pays n'ont pas encore remis leur NDC. Or, c'est une obligation de l'accord de Paris auquel nous avons tous souscrit. Aujourd'hui, la somme des NDC publiés nous conduit à un réchauffement de 2,6 degrés. Et les scientifiques nous alertent sur l'imminence du dépassement de notre objectif d'1,5 degré. En parallèle, les attaques contre la science et contre le fonctionnement même du GIEC se multiplient. Je veux dire très clairement que ces attaques sont inacceptables. La France est d'ailleurs fière d'accueillir du 1er au 5 décembre la première réunion de tous les auteurs du GIEC à Paris dans le cadre du lancement du 7e cycle des rapports. Il faut se ressaisir et ne pas céder aux calculs politiques de court terme qui nous condamnent collectivement à vivre dans un monde beaucoup plus dangereux et beaucoup plus déréglé. Dans ces conditions, les priorités de la France pour cette COP30 sont très claires. Tout d'abord, il nous faut accentuer nos efforts sur l'atténuation. Ceci sera un facteur de succès ou d'échec de cette COP. Cela suppose bien entendu qu'un document politique agréé nous permette d'envoyer ce message, comme cela a été le cas dans les autres COP. Ce document devra aussi mentionner la mise en œuvre du bilan mondial que nous avons agréé à Dubaï lors de la COP28, s'agissant en particulier de la sortie progressive des énergies fossiles. Ensuite, nous ne devons pas nous tromper de combat sur le financement. Des engagements très clairs ont été pris l'année dernière à Bakou, avec 300 milliards de dollars par an de financement public d'ici 2035. L'objectif est maintenant de s'entendre sur la mise en œuvre de cet objectif. Enfin, nous devons définir collectivement notre nouvel objectif global sur l'adaptation, avec en particulier des indicateurs clairs qui s'inscrivent dans le cadre de nos décisions précédentes. C'est sur la base de ces principes que la France agira pendant cette COP. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Sedire Torabi Palatkale, Deputy Head for Human Environment, Department of Environment of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, at the outset, the Islamic Republic of Iran expressed its appreciation to the government and people of Brazil for hosting COP30 in BELEM and to the UNFCCC Secretariat for their support. Iran aligns itself with the statements of the Group of 77 and China and the like-minded developing countries. Mr. President, COP30 takes place at a time when climate impacts are intensifying. For Iran, one of the most climate-sensitive and arid regions, droughts, water scarcity, extreme heat, wildfires, and dust storms are imposing serious pressure on our communities and developments. Iran stressed that we cannot support any increase in mitigation ambition or new emission reduction targets without adequate, predictable, and accessible support for developing countries. Ambition must be matched with means of implementation, including finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. Adaptation remains a top and urgent priority for Iran and many developing countries. Strengthening early warning systems, protecting water resources, and supporting vulnerable communities require scaled-up, grant-based, and needs-driven finance. Iran underscores the need to operationalize a robust global goal on adaptation with clear indicators and a strengthened monitoring framework. These indicators must clearly distinguish between developed and developing countries, reflecting their differing responsibilities and capacities and avoiding additional reporting burdens for developing nations. On the just transition, Iran supports efforts rooted in equity and CBDR-RC. We highlight the importance of establishing the proposed mechanism for institutional arrangement under the COP30 Just Transition Work Program to support developing countries in implementing their NDCs. However, progress across the UNFCCC agenda is hindered by unilateral coercive measures which restrict access to climate finance, banking systems, green technologies, and international cooperation. These measures contradict equity and CBDR-RC and undermine trust in the multilateral process. On gender-related activities, including the Gender Action Plan, Iran emphasizes the need to fully respect national laws, cultural values, and national circumstances, and to avoid perspective approaches. Iran also appreciates the presidency engagement on new agenda items, including addressing the climate-related impact of UCMs and ensuring full implementation of Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement, which obliges developed countries to provide financial resources to developing countries. Mr. President, Iran stands ready to work toward a balanced, equitable, and credible outcome at COP30, advancing adaptation, mitigation, technology transfer, and capacity building in a fair and depoliticized multilateral framework. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Song Chol-in, First Secretary of the Permanent Mission of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to Geneva. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, au nom de la délégation de la République populaire démocratique de Corée, permettez-moi d'exprimer ma gratitude au gouvernement de la République fédérative du Brésil et au secrétariat de la CNIC pour leurs efforts actifs en vue d'assurer le succès de la conférence. Monsieur le Président, depuis l'adoption de la COP à Rio de Janeiro, au Brésil, il y a 33 ans, la communauté internationale a pris la conscience sur la gravité des changements climatiques et a déploré des efforts pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre qui en sont des principales causes. L'accord de Paris adopté en 2015 a constitué un jalon important permettant à la communauté internationale de s'attaquer au changement climatique avec des objectifs plus clairs. Cependant, bien que 10 ans se soient écoulés depuis son adoption, les phénomènes climatiques extrêmes liés au réchauffement de la planète se multiplient de manière plus fréquente. Le changement climatique qui menace gravement la sécurité de la vie humaine est le résultat tragique engendré par l'exploitation illimitée des ressources et du développement industriel des États-Unis et des pays occidentaux. Pourtant, les pays développés se hâtent de trouver des prétextes pour échapper à leurs responsabilités tout en retardant l'obligation de fournir un financement annuel de 100 milliards de dollars américains pour soutenir les efforts des pays en développement face au changement climatique tel que stipulé dans l'accord de Paris. De plus, il est vraiment déplorable qu'un membre des Nations Unies qui porte la plus grande responsabilité morale dans le domaine de la lutte contre le changement climatique a non seulement quitté l'accord de Paris en début de cette année, mais également qualifié le changement climatique de supercherie et les climatologistes de menteurs, sapant ainsi les efforts internationaux pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Les pays développés responsables de la crise climatique actuelle doivent impérativement mener la réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre et s'acquitter de leurs obligations financières envers les pays en développement. Monsieur le Président, sous la direction éminente du camarade Kim Jong-un, président de la Commission des affaires d'État de la République populaire démocratique de Corée, notre pays a mis en avant le renforcement des capacités nationales pour faire face aux catastrophes naturelles comme une question cruciale pour assurer la sécurité nationale et protéger fermement la vie et les biens de la population. En 2020 et 2022, nous avons planté près de 1,167 milliard d'arbres tout en mettant en place des mesures de prévention des incendies de forêt et nous poursuivons vigoureusement l'augmentation de part des énergies renouvelables en accélérant les efforts pour développer de nouvelles sources d'énergie. Monsieur le Président, le changement climatique n'est pas un problème limité à un seul pays, mais une menace commune à laquelle le monde entier est confronté. Le gouvernement de la République populaire démocratique de Corée continuera à contribuer activement aux efforts de la communauté internationale pour éliminer les risques du changement climatique et construire un avenir plus vert, meilleur et plus vivable en assumant pleinement ses responsabilités et obligations. Je vous remercie. Obrigado.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Dini Abdullah Omar, Secretary General of the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development of Djibouti. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, la COP30 coïncide avec le 2e anniversaire de l'accord de Paris qui a représenté un immense espoir pour les populations de tous les pays. À Paris, les pays se sont engagés à réduire l'augmentation de la température moyenne à 2 degrés Celsius. Force est de constater que 10 ans après, nous nous retrouvons face à une grave escalade des risques et des dommages climatiques selon le rapport des Nations Unies pour l'environnement. Certes, les actions prises par les différents gouvernements ont permis de réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre, mais le rythme des progrès reste trop lent pour atteindre l'objectif de limitation de la température à 2 degrés Celsius. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous exhortons les pays développés à réduire de façon drastique leurs émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Il est essentiel de s'attaquer aux causes du changement climatique en prenant des actions concrètes pour sortir progressivement des énergies fossiles. Il est tout aussi impératif d'investir massivement dans les énergies renouvelables si on souhaite limiter le réchauffement à 2 degrés Celsius. Le changement climatique n'est pas une menace lointaine, c'est une réalité dramatique pour les populations vulnérables qui subissent les vagues de chaleur, les sécheresses, les inondations, les ouragans, les feux de forêt et la montée de niveau de la mer. Nous constatons les effets dévastateurs du changement climatique sur tous les continents. Djibouti réaffirme son soutien au multilatéralisme, car aucun pays ne peut résoudre seul la crise climatique mondiale. Djibouti réaffirme également l'importance de s'appuyer sur la connaissance scientifique pour mener les actions d'atténuation et d'adaptation au changement climatique. Il est notamment crucial de s'appuyer sur le rapport scientifique du groupe intergouvernemental sur l'évolution du climat. Monsieur le Président, l'Afrique ne contribue que 4% aux émissions de gaz à effet de serre, mais notre continent subit déjà de plein fouet les conséquences néfastes du changement climatique. Djibouti vient ainsi de subir une sécheresse longue et dévastatrice qui a nécessité une grande mobilisation du gouvernement pour venir en aide aux populations souffrant de la soif et de l'insécurité alimentaire. À la période de sécheresse succèdent souvent des inondations dévastatrices qui détruisent les périmètres agricoles, les logements et les routes. Conformément à l'accord de Paris, la République de Djibouti contribue selon ses capacités à l'effort mondial visant à contenir l'élévation de la température moyenne de la planète bien en dessous de 2 degrés. Les mesures d'atténuation mises en œuvre par le gouvernement reposent sur trois secteurs stratégiques. Le développement des énergies renouvelables pour diversifier le mix énergétique et réduire la dépendance aux énergies fossiles, la promotion des pratiques agricoles, forestières et de gestion des terres durables afin de renforcer la séquestration du carbone, ainsi que la mise en œuvre de solutions intégrées dans le secteur des déchets, axées sur la réduction, la valorisation et le recyclage. Le gouvernement a ainsi réalisé des projets concrets et coûteux pour apporter l'hydroélectricité de l'Éthiopie, installer un parc éolien de 60 MW, mettre en place des mini-centrales solaires dans les différentes localités du pays. Ces investissements ont déjà permis de produire de 70% notre électricité à partir des énergies renouvelables. Afin de permettre aux populations de faire face au stress hydrique et de développer une agriculture résiliente, Djibouti a réalisé l'adduction d'eau à partir d'Éthiopie et développé le dessalement de l'eau de mer. Djibouti a également mobilisé les eaux souterraines et de surface pour combattre la soif. Djibouti a aussi construit des digues et des barrages pour lutter contre les inondations qui menacent nos villes côtières et nos infrastructures portières. Toutes ces réalisations coûtent cher et le coût financier augmentera avec l'aggravation de la crise climatique. Djibouti possède un énorme potentiel en matière d'énergie renouvelable, notamment dans l'énergie éolienne, le solaire et la géothermie. Le développement de ces énergies renouvelables exige des sommes financières colossales qui dépassent la capacité budgétaire de notre pays. Les actions d'adaptation nécessitent aussi des efforts financiers considérables. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous exhortons les pays développés à concrétiser leurs promesses de soutien financier en faveur des pays en développement, notamment les pays les moins avancés. Nous demandons notamment que le financement en faveur de l'adaptation soit renforcé. Il est aussi indispensable de mobiliser le financement pour les pertes et les dommages. Il est normal que les pays qui contribuent plus au réchauffement global et qui ont des capacités financières soutiennent financièrement les pays les plus vulnérables au dérèglement climatique. Il s'agit de la justice climatique. L'Afrique ne demande pas la charité, mais l'équité. Djibouti a soumis sa contribution déterminée au niveau national qui précise les projets à mettre en œuvre dans les domaines d'adaptation et d'atténuation au changement climatique. Notre CDN prévoit de réduire 65% de nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre. De la mobilisation du financement international dépendra la réussite des actions dans le CDN. Djibouti demande un financement public prévisible additionnel. Djibouti demande également un financement innovant, notamment la taxe carbone et le crédit carbone. Merci.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Carl Dudek, External Relations Administrator of Monaco. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, je souhaite tout d'abord remercier au nom de la Principauté le Brésil pour l'organisation de cette conférence qui démontre depuis le début de ses travaux et même en amont la compétence de la présidence et la motivation des partis à parvenir à des résultats ambitieux. Le président Correa do Lago l'a rappelé dans son allocution d'ouverture, nous, délégués, sommes tous formés à défendre et promouvoir les priorités de nos pays, mais les négociations climatiques poursuivent également un intérêt supérieur. Il s'agit d'assurer la sauvegarde des intérêts des États que nous représentons et d'assurer, dans le même temps, la plus haute ambition possible. Lors du sommet sur le climat il y a 10 jours, Son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince Souverain, l'a aussi exprimé en rappelant que nous avons une responsabilité envers l'avenir. Monaco l'assume pleinement. En premier lieu, au niveau national, notre nouvelle contribution nous engage d'ici 2035 à réduire de 67,6% nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre par rapport à 1990. Pour atteindre cet objectif ambitieux, aligné sur la trajectoire de 1,5 degré Celsius d'augmentation fixée par le GIEC, le recours aux énergies fossiles sera limité et les énergies renouvelables y seront substituées. Mais notre vision est plus large que la simple décarbonation. Elle inclut par exemple la biodiversité comme pilier de nos politiques publiques pour améliorer la qualité de vie et nous permettre d'affronter les effets des changements climatiques. En outre, mon pays ne saurait concevoir son action climatique exclusivement au sein de ses frontières. Le prince souverain a donc décidé, conformément au nouvel objectif collectif adopté à Bakou, de doubler le financement international consacré spécifiquement à l'action climatique des pays en développement d'ici 2028. La contribution monégasque au Fonds vert pour le climat atteindra ainsi prochainement 1 million d'euros par an. Notre soutien financier à l'initiative Cruz sur les systèmes d'alerte précoce quadruplera dès l'année prochaine. Et enfin, le financement des activités du secrétariat de la Convention sera également majoré. Monsieur le Président, si des événements climatiques extrêmes nous rappellent régulièrement l'urgence de notre action, il convient de ne pas oublier des événements à évolution lente. La fonte de la cryosphère, principalement irréversible, la désoxygénation et l'acidification des océans, pour ne citer que cela, auront des conséquences dramatiques sur toutes les côtes du monde. Notre action collective doit donc reposer sur la science et sur le droit international. À cet égard, Monaco s'inquiète des atteintes sans cesse plus nombreuses portées à la science. Aussi, nous sommes préoccupés quant à l'absence de référence dans les discussions en cours à l'avis consultatif de la Cour internationale de justice sur les changements climatiques. La COP30 ne saurait manquer cet avis fondamental pour le système multilatéral relatif au changement climatique. Alors, en cette veille de fête nationale à Monaco, je tiens à redire à chacune des parties présentes ici à BELEM, sur ce chemin difficile de la lutte contre les changements climatiques, vous trouverez toujours Monaco à vos côtés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Theodorus Nesemiris, Director of the Department of Environment of Cyprus. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address this conference on behalf of the Republic of Cyprus, and I would like to extend my thanks to the government of Brazil and to the people of BELEM for hosting this very important event. Gathered here in the Amazon, we must form a defining moment for implementation and ambition, the moment when the world commits to align our collective pathway with the 1.5 Celsius degrees goal in a climate-resilient future. Following the global stocktake, we now know clearly where we stand and how far we must go. We must send a strong and united message that all parties are committed to enhance NDC for the post-2030 period, which will reflect real progress and the highest possible ambition, be aligned with emission pathways that limit global warming to 1.5 Celsius degrees and the best available science in light of different national circumstances, as well as include economy-wide absolute emission reduction targets. Furthermore, we should strengthen global mitigation ambition and call for a collective global response to reduce the NDC gap. We also need to agree on a credible pathway for scaling up adaptation and climate finance, particularly for the most vulnerable countries, and to ensure that the Loss and Damage Fund becomes fully operational and accessible. These outcomes are essential for maintaining trust and solidarity within the global climate regime. What is equally crucial is the global energy transition. We need to triple renewable energy capacity globally and double the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030, coupled with an acceleration of zero and low emissions technologies and just phasing out of fossil fuel energy production and consumption globally. Excellencies, my country, Cyprus is a small island state that lies in the Eastern Mediterranean, a region of the world recognized as a climate hotspot and already facing the severe consequences of climate change. The Mediterranean is one of the warming regions in the world, with droughts, wildfires and water scarcity threatening our ecosystems, food production and way of life. For us, climate action is not an abstract goal, it's an urgent reality. As we prepare to assume the presidency of the Council of the European Union in January 2026, Cyprus reaffirms fully aligned with the European Union's long-term objective of climate neutrality by 2050 and supports the ongoing work at EU level to define the 2040 climate framework that will guide our transition in the next critical decade. Our national and energy plan includes, inter alia, a lot of measures for reducing emissions reductions. Cyprus stands ready to play its part, guided by science, solidarity, and the shared responsibility to safeguard our common home. The world expects COP30 to deliver not only words, but clear direction and renewed determination. Let us not allow our children to inherit a planet gasping for breath, from the Amazon to the Mediterranean. Let COP30 be remembered as the year humanity chose commitment over regret. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Emmanuel King Ure Yarkawolu, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. You have the floor.
Your Excellencies, brothers and sisters across Africa and throughout the diaspora, Liberia congratulates Brazil for its leadership for hosting COP30. We align with the LDC and add the following. Today I speak directly to Africans everywhere, those on the continent and those in the diaspora, especially Latin America and the Caribbean. Although history places us in different geographies, we are one people, shaped by shared struggles, shared resilience, and shared hope. Africans on the continent contribute the least to climate change, but suffer the hardest impact. At the same time, Africans in the diaspora still carry the scars of slavery and marginalization, often unheard in global decision-making. That these two injustices cannot divide us. They should unite us. Climate justice for Africa must be a point of conversion for all African people, everywhere we are. Liberia, therefore, strongly supports the call for recognition of Africa's special needs and circumstances, because this is captured in the Paris Agreement. And equally, we proudly support the Berlin Declaration on People of African Descent, affirming dignity, rights, and leadership of African-descended communities worldwide. To Africans in the diaspora, your voice in the climate space matters. Stand firmly with Africa's demand for special needs and circumstances. When Africa rises, you rise also. To Africans on the continent, stand firmly with your brothers and sisters across the Americas and the Caribbean as they claim their rightful place in the global climate governance. When they are recognized, we all are recognized. Brothers and sisters, unity is our power. Liberia is acting with ambition. We submitted our third nationally determined contribution, reducing emission by 64% by 2035. One of the most climate vulnerable nations, that's Liberia, with huge mitigation capacity, adaptation is our priority. We call for a fully operational global goal on adaptation with measurable indicators and real support. Adaptation finance must be new, predictable, grant-based, and accessible. We emphasize protecting forests, mangroves, and wetlands as nation-based solutions. We call for stronger partnership on financing. We align with the Africa Group on the Development Center, nationally driven just transition, one that expands energy access, protects communities, and avoids harmful trade practices. In closing, Liberia reaffirms its commitment to unity and multilateral cooperation. Let COP30 be remembered as a movement when Africans everywhere, on the continent and in the diaspora, stood together with one voice. We are one people. We share one history, and we must shape a resilient future together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ahmad Sandeh, Consultant, Ministry of Local Administration and Environment of the Syrian Arab Republic. You have the floor.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو، يطيب لي بداية أن أتوجه إليكم وإلى جمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية قيادة وشعبا بخالص الشكر على استضافة قمة المناخ هنا في بيلم، قلب الأمازون النابض بالحياة. أحمل إليكم تحيات الشعب السوري الذي يشارككم الأمل في أن تكون هذه القمة نقطة تحول حاسمة من التعهدات النظرية إلى التنفيذ الفعلي فعلا. نجتمع اليوم وبلدي يواجه واقعا مناخيا قاسيا لم يعد مجرد توقعات، إذ تشير بياناتنا الوطنية لعام 25 إلى انخفاض حاد في الهطولات المطرية بلغت نسبتها أكثر من 54% عن المعدلات السنوية، مما أدى إلى عجز مائي وضع حصة الفرد السورية عند عتبة 680 متر مكعب سنويا، أي ما دون خط الفقر المائي. لقد تزامنت هذه الندرة مع موجات حر غير مسبوقة وحرائق غابات متكررة من شتى الأراضي الزراعية وغيرها، حتى الغابات لم تكن ببعيد عن هذا المنأى، مما أدى لجعل أكثر من 60% من أراضينا الزراعية على امتداد القطر معرضة للتصحر. وقد هددت هذه الأخيرة الأمن الغذائي لأكثر من 9 ملايين مواطن في ظل ظروف استثنائية فاقمها تدمير كامل أو شبه كامل للبنى التحتية اللازمة خلال سنوات الحرب. ورغم قسوة وشدة هذه التحديات فإن الجمهورية العربية السورية لا تقف مكتوفة الأيدي، فنحن نمضي قدما في تنفيذ استراتيجية الطاقة المتجددة لعام 2030 والتي تهدف لرفع مساهمات الطاقة النظيفة إلى 10%، مدعومة بحزمة من التشريعات الحديثة اللازمة لذلك وصندوق لدعم الطاقات المتجددة، وذلك ضمن رؤية وطنية تسعى لدمج إعادة الإعمار الأخضر في خططنا التنموية. ولكي تترجم هذه الخطط إلى واقع حقيقي لا بد بأن نؤكد على ضرورة التمسك بمبدأ المسؤوليات المشتركة لكن المتباينة، ونطالب بتفعيل آليات الوصول المباشر لصناديق المناخ لنتجاوز العقبات البيروقراطية التي تحرم الدول الأكثر هشاشة من هذا الدعم. كما نجدد دعوتنا لرفع الإجراءات الاقتصادية وحادية الجانب التي تقوض قدرتنا على استيراد التكنولوجيا الخضراء اللازمة للحياة. إن التحدي المناخي لا يعترف بالحدود السياسية، ونتطلع من خلال هذا المؤتمر إلى إرساء شراكات عادلة تضمن مستقبلا آمنا للجميع وبناء مستقبل مستدام لا يترك فيه أحد خلف الركب. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Sunimal Jayatunga, Additional Secretary, Environment Development of the Ministry of Environment of Sri Lanka. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. standing at the front line of climate vulnerability, Sri Lanka has learned that resilience is not built in isolation. Today, we are honored to join the 30th session of the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I deliver this statement on behalf of the government of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and her 23 million inhabitants. At the outset, Sri Lanka extends its sincere appreciation and congratulations to the government and the people of Brazil for the successful hosting of the 30th session of the Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC in this beautiful city, BELEM, and their generous hospitality and warm reception. Mr. President, our commitments, including children, youth, women, and our indigenous communities, are waiting to implement the ambitious target we have set. Our communities are waiting to operationalize our climate change action plans. Also, they are waiting for simplified access modalities to the Loss and Damage Fund and for strengthened readiness support for the institutions that are working to deliver community resilience. Sri Lanka has formulated its NDC 3 with highly ambitious and progressive targets. Last year, Sri Lanka embarked on transformative pathways. We updated our National Adaptation Plan, advanced work on carbon markets and Article 6 mechanisms, and unveiled our updated climate prosperity plan. These plans are fundamentally geared toward making a substantial contribution to the global 1.5 centigrade temperature goal and enhancing the nation's climate resilience. Our nation's deliberation is highlighted by the fact that these targets were established while Sri Lanka, a small developing country, was enduring a severe economic crisis. The successful implementation of these critical and ambitious plans is contingent upon robust international assistance. COP30 must deliver on the global goal on adaptation. Also, COP30 must ensure a fair and balanced share of what was promised under the new collective quantified goal on climate finance and must commit to a new ambitious adaptation finance goal. For us, as a developing country, adaptation remains a crucial pillar of our climate response. Since the adoption of UAE Global Climate Resilience Framework, the financing gap for adaptation has widened further. We must confront the hard realities of access, quality, and provision of adaptation finance, especially in the light of rapidly evolving needs of developing countries. We call on developed country parties to deliver on their commitments. NAP's agenda is also critically important to all developing countries, including Sri Lanka, particularly on the implementation of adaptation actions to enhance climate resilience and NDCs. We would like to reiterate the importance of means of implementation, including finance, capacity building, and technology in implementing NAPs, and as we see need for stronger reference in the forthcoming NAPs decision as a developing country at COP30. In a world reshaped by climate risk, Sri Lanka's greatest strength lies in the global solidarity we share in this room today. Sri Lanka looks forward to an outcome at COP30 that allows all our communities to stand stronger, safer, and more resilient. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Noraline Oye, Deputy Head of Delegation, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the Philippines extends our congratulations to Brazil for hosting this COP. The relentless fate of climate-induced disasters battering our nations cannot be more footnotes in our proceedings. They must be the stark, undeniable reason for swift, transformative action and decisions. We gather with the interest to conclude as many items as possible. The thrust of this being an implementation COP is within our grasp. We need only push further to make it a true results COP. To achieve this, we must deliver on several critical priorities. First, we must reach consensus on the global goal on adaptation indicators that are non-prescriptive, country-driven, scientifically sound, and flexible. They must reflect our diverse realities and capture the means of implementation for the UAE framework. We join the call to triple adaptation finance by 2030. Closing this gap is essential for building resilience. Second, COP30 must deliver a meaningful outcome on Article 9.1 by setting a clear path for implementation. This must be grounded in the core obligation of developed countries to provide public, grant-based, and highly concessional finance that does not create new debt burdens. We must advance quantified pathways towards mobilizing USD 1.3 trillion annually by 2035 to close the mitigation adaptation gaps for vulnerable developing countries. Third, we welcome the operationalization of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and the launching of the first call for requests. We must build on this momentum by rapidly scaling up funding commensurate to the needs of developing countries and agreeing on a robust, sustainable, and predictable financing strategy that enables simplified direct access modalities for vulnerable developing nations. Fourth, we call for the urgent operationalization of the UAE Just Transition Work Program. This requires a coherent governance structure that empowers and protects workers, indigenous peoples, women and girls, children, youth, and older persons, grounded in labor rights and social dialogue so that no one is left behind. We reiterate the fundamental value of science, multilateralism, and a realistic mindset. We must act before it is too late. The Philippines stands with our ASEAN neighbors, united in purpose and action, mindful of our unique developmental needs and circumstances, and so for potential for growth and the prosperity of our people. Guided by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.'s call to work with parties to ensure that the voices of those most affected by climate change shape the future of international climate policies, we are here to turn pledges into projects and commitments into concrete results. Only through solidarity on the basis of common but differentiated responsibilities can we secure a climate future for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. On behalf of the conference, I would like to thank you all for your statements. Distinguished delegates, we have now concluded the delivery of national statements. I understand there is a request for a right of reply from China. In accordance with established practice, the right of reply will be provided to China. China, please note that as the party requesting a right of reply, you are given 3 minutes.
尊敬的主席先生，中方注意到，贝伦气候峰会及本次会议期间，少数国家无视台湾是中国领土不可分割一部分的事实，公然鼓噪台湾当局应当参与联合国气候变化框架公约缔约方大会，这是完全不可接受的。中方对此坚决反对。世界上只有一个中国，台湾是中国领土不可分割的一部分。中华人民共和国政府是代表全中国的唯一合法政府。台湾从来不是一个国家， 过去不是，现在不是，今后也绝无可能。一个中国原则是国际社会普遍共识和国际关系基本准则。1971年，第26届联合国大会以压倒性多数通过了第2758号决议。从政治上、法律上和程序上，彻底解决了包括台湾在内的全中国在联合国的代表权问题。任何关于台湾地区参与国际组织活动的问题，都必须在一个中国原则下解决。中国台湾地区没有任何根据、理由或权利参加联合国以及其他只有主权国家才能参加的国际组织和国际条约，包括联合国气候变化框架公约。中国政府始终鼓励和支持地方政府、私营部门和社会各界为应对气候变化做出贡献，并为此做出了努力和安排。事实上，中国台湾地区完全可以通过现有安排，为全球应对气候变化做出贡献。悖论大会任务繁重，日程紧张，希望有关国家恪守一个中国原则，聚焦会议谈判工作，避免引入大会议程外因素，干扰和阻碍会议正常进行。中方要求将上述发言内容正式记录在案。谢谢主席先生。
With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP, and CMA suspended. Distinguished delegates, we will resume in 30 minutes to hear statements from observer organizations. Statements from observer organizations will begin at 17:30 hours in this plenary.
like to remind speakers of the measures in place for effective time management, namely the 2-minute time limit for these statements during the high-level segment. Please ensure that statements are as concise as possible. Full text of official statements will be made available on the UNCC website. For speakers who are not present in the plenary during their allocated slot, we will seek to reschedule their intervention at the end of all statements with the same category. Dear colleagues, let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Osum Nadie, Director General of the African Center of the Meteorological Applications. Director General of the African Center of Meteorological Applications for Development. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the African Center of Meteorological Application for Development, AGMAD, I want to thank the COP presidency and our hosts for providing this platform to amplify Africa's voice in climate sciences. Extreme heat impacted many parts of the continent Africa during 2024. Agriculture, labor productivity, and disrupting our education system. Climate extreme, flooding, heat wave, dust storm, bushfire, drought are already happening in Africa. And many vulnerable communities cannot withstand their related impact. Their best adaptation strategy is to anticipate, meaning then developing strong climate information services, meaning tailoring early warning system, anticipatory action, and developing NAPs. So it became a necessity, a right for vulnerable communities. At AGMAD, we work to turn climate data into actionable information. We operationalize continental early warning system to support all nation meteorological services, especially in time of fragility. Our mission is very simple: help Africa countries better anticipate climate shock using climate-smart approach. But our efforts face serious challenges: data, technology, and funding. In the line of its mandate, Africa will work closely, AGMAD will work closely with all partners, including states, to deliver high-quality climate information services and provide support to vulnerable communities. Excellency, let's avoid inaction. Together we can go from what the weather will be to which action to take. Thanks very much.
It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Marisol Castillo, Executive Secretary of Central American Commission on Environment and Development. Madam, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente, Sus Excelencias, señoras y señores, los países de Centroamérica y República Dominicana, que integramos la Comisión Centroamericana de Ambiente y Desarrollo, somos una región pluricultural y megadiversa que enfrenta una alta vulnerabilidad ante el cambio climático. Los fenómenos extremos afectan los medios de vida, los ecosistemas y la infraestructura social y productiva, profundizando los déficits sociales, incrementando la movilidad humana y limitando las capacidades institucionales y fiscales de nuestros estados. A pesar de estos retos, los países de la región reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y el Acuerdo de París. Contamos con una matriz energética de un 74% renovable y promovemos acciones para reducir emisiones, fortalecer la resiliencia y avanzar hacia un desarrollo sostenible y bajo en carbono. Consideramos prioritario que la COP30 logre avances sustantivos en la formulación e implementación de los planes nacionales de adaptación bajo un marco sólido, medible y basado en la ciencia. Reiteramos que el acceso oportuno y adecuado a financiamiento, tecnología y fortalecimiento de capacidades es esencial para garantizar acciones efectivas de adaptación. Las pérdidas y daños derivados del cambio climático erosionan los presupuestos públicos y recursos locales. Por ello, debemos consolidar la integración de la Red de Santiago, el Mecanismo Internacional de Varsovia y el Fondo para Pérdidas y Daños, asegurando la participación efectiva de nuestros países y el cumplimiento de los compromisos financieros por parte de las naciones desarrolladas. Apoyamos que la hoja de ruta de Bakú a Belém sea un instrumento para transformar el sistema financiero internacional, definiendo con claridad las responsabilidades de todos los actores en la movilización de recursos conforme al principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas. Asimismo, nos urge establecer un programa de trabajo de mitigación con resultados tangibles y consistentes con el Acuerdo de París, acompañado de medios de implementación adecuados que permitan una transición energética justa, la protección de los sumidores de carbono y mecanismos eficaces de monitoreo y verificación. Finalmente, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de impulsar la plena implementación del artículo 6 del Acuerdo de París, garantizando la integridad ambiental y una distribución equitativa de beneficio. Centroamérica reitera su determinación de contribuir activamente al éxito de la COP30 bajo el liderazgo de Brasil, fortaleciendo la acción climática colectiva conforme a los principios y disposiciones de la Convención. Gracias.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Daniel Best, President of the Caribbean Development Bank. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, colleagues, the Caribbean stands at the front line of the climate crisis. The increasing intensity of storms tests our resilience and redefines our future. We have experienced 5 Category 5 hurricanes in the past 8 years. This is our reality. In the Caribbean, the scale of these disasters is catastrophic. Single events have caused losses exceeding entire national GDPs, with widespread damage to infrastructure, livelihoods, and ecosystems. Year after year, our islands endure climate-related shocks that erase decades of development. In the wake of these disasters, we cannot forget the people. We cannot leave behind the mothers comforting hungry children under leaking roofs, wondering when their children will return to school as they struggle to rebuild shattered homes and lives. Most devastating of all, we are losing our loved ones, our families and friends to these extreme climatic events. The long-term psychological impacts remain untold. We need ambition matched by action. We support the roadmap to BELEM's call for $1.3 trillion annually, and we echo the voices of small island developing states demanding justice, not just survival, but the opportunity to thrive. Caribbean nations need outcomes that prioritize equity and justice, including mechanisms to address loss and damage, predictable and accessible financing, and meaningful partnerships and support to build resilience at the community level. We call on donor countries to significantly increase their contributions to the fund for responding to loss and damage, to ensure it adequately addresses the severe losses and damage incurred by vulnerable countries annually. Our small states may be the most vulnerable, but we are also the boldest. We will continue to turn promises into progress, pledges into impact, vulnerability into leadership. Together, let us secure a legacy where resilience is not an aspiration, but a defining reality for all. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Amit Proti, Director General of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, made up of 52 countries and 10 organizations, commends the Brazilian presidency's efforts to frame this as a COP of implementation and to include a focus on infrastructure. 1.2 billion people and 14% of global growth are at risk every year from climate-induced disasters. These disasters destroy lives, disrupt services, deplete scarce resources. Their impacts are felt by communities for decades. It is important also that we acknowledge that these risks are not distributed fairly. Small island developing states, for example, are already dealing with unsustainable losses.
Some estimates of the economic losses suffered by Jamaica from Hurricane Melissa exceed $10 billion already. This is a significant portion of the country's GDP. My message to you today is that implementing disaster-resilient infrastructure is one of the best decisions we can make. It protects lives, safeguards economies, unlocks growth, and supports rapid recovery. It is also a smart investment choice. Every dollar invested in resilient infrastructure will return a dividend of $7 to $12 and at a macroeconomic level can cut long-term GDP losses by half. Two things have stood out to me in these discussions here in BELEM. Firstly, the growing confidence in how we can use data and technology, including artificial intelligence and Earth observation. The Brazilian military firefighting corps are already using satellite data and sensors to spot wildfires, reducing response time and limiting damage. Secondly, the acceptance that we must put nature-based solutions at the heart of adaptation. Excellencies, despite the risks we face and the losses we are suffering, we are at a moment of opportunity. More than half of the infrastructure we will need by 2050 is yet to be built. If we act now, we can lock in resilience and reduce risks for current and future generations. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ezequiel Nibigira, President of the Economic Community of Central African States. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la COP30, Mesdames, Messieurs, distingués délégués, c'est un honneur pour moi de m'adresser à cette auguste assemblée au nom de la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale à un moment décisif pour l'avenir de notre planète. L'Afrique centrale abrite le bassin du Congo, deuxième massif forestier tropical après l'Amazonie, qui nous reçoit à l'occasion de la présente COP. Ce patrimoine, essentiel à la régulation du climat mondial et à la survie de millions de nos concitoyens, est aujourd'hui menacé par la déforestation, l'exploitation non durable des ressources et les effets croissants du changement climatique. Pourtant, il ne reçoit pas encore l'attention qu'il mérite dans les mécanismes financiers et technologiques existants. Nos populations subissent déjà les conséquences: baisse des rendements agricoles, insécurité alimentaire, déplacements forcés et catastrophes naturelles plus fréquentes. Ces impacts compromettent les efforts de développement de nos États et réduisent la croissance du PIB par habitant. Face à cela, la CAC réaffirme son engagement à mettre en œuvre des politiques climatiques régionales ambitieuses, à renforcer la résilience des économies de la région et à promouvoir une transition juste et équitable. Nous ne réussirons pas cela seuls. La CAC appelle la communauté internationale à honorer les enjeux de la COP30, qu'il s'agisse de la justice climatique ou du financement climatique en faveur des pays pauvres, et à valoriser les services écosystémiques que les forêts de la région Afrique centrale rendent au monde entier. Ensemble, faisons du climat un vecteur de solidarité internationale et d'espoir. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me start by thanking the Federated Republic of Brazil for their leadership of COP30 and for their valued membership of Acha. I commend the Presidency's effort in shaping this COP into a COP of implementation. The International Solar Alliance was envisioned at COP21 in Paris with a clear purpose: to make solar energy a driver of global climate action and sustainable development. On the 20th anniversary of its announcement, Acha is moving fast to translate its ambition to action. With the current momentum, the global solar power generating capacity is on track to double by 2030. To its member countries, ISA reiterates its commitment to ensuring that this growth is dispersed equitably through decisive, solutions-oriented initiatives. ISA will deliver this through its implementation-focused platforms, such as 1. Sutt's platform for aggregating demand and harmonizing procurement across small island developing states. 2. Global Solar Facility, which is catalyzing blended finance products for unlocking investor confidence in countries and regions with high perceived risk. 3. One Sun, One World, One Grid vision, announced at COP26 Glasgow for enabling trade of renewable energy across borders and oceans. 4th, championing digital transformation of utilities, empowering them to better integrate variable renewable energy and storage solutions into their grids by deploying AI-powered tools. Together, these efforts demonstrate ISA's resolve to help shape a global energy system that is cleaner, more resilient, and more equitable across the world, from the smallest island to the largest continent. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Shamala K. Satkuru, Executive Director of the International Tropical Timber Organization. Madam, you have the floor.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, and distinguished delegates. The International Tropical Timber Organization congratulates the host government of COP30, Brazil, and also for placing the future viability of tropical forests at the core. These precious ecosystems are crucial to both climate mitigation and adaptation and the conservation of global biodiversity. Equally important for long-term conservation are economic development and social benefits for forest owners, local communities, and indigenous people who live and depend on tropical forests, currently estimated at 1.6 billion people. Being the foundation of climate-smart circular bioeconomies, sustainable tropical forest management conserves natural resources, provides a wide range of goods and services, enriches livelihoods, reduces poverty, stores and sequesters carbon, and enhances resilience to climate change challenges. The full potential of tropical forests on all fronts needs to be empowered by paradigm shifts and immediate change to warn narratives. Most importantly, funding should flow to those who sustainably manage them. Sustainable harvesting is not deforestation. Wood is one of the most environmentally friendly and naturally renewable materials versus others with more significant carbon footprints. Integrated forest value chains bolster transformational climate impacts and materializes inclusive sustainable development. Sustainably managed tropical forests, its products and services are a clear nature-based solution for a climate-resilient future. Deliberations at this COP must go beyond just the recognition of tropical forests' crucial contributions. The formulation of innovative partnerships and sustainable financial mechanisms are critical to reach people where it matters most, on the ground. The ITTO urges acceleration of investments, financing, and incentives to enable sustainable tropical forests to continue to underpin the most effective contributions to global climate and developmental goals. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alexandre Pupo-Quintino, Secretary General of the International Youth Organization for Ibero-America. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's a pleasure for me, serving as Secretary General of the International Youth Organization for Ibero-America, to be here in my home country. I want to extend my gratitude to the UNFCCC team and for President Lula for gathering us all here in the Amazon and promoting the greatest social participation in the history of COPs. I'm here to channel the voices of the young people marching in the streets of Belém, feeling the stands in the green zone, and the very few who make into the negotiation rooms. Señorías, hay un claro paradoja. las juventudes son quienes más sufren los impactos de la crisis climática y al mismo tiempo quienes más actúan en las soluciones de primera línea. Sin embargo, seguimos siendo subrepresentados y subfinanciados. Solo el 0,76% de la financiación climática global llega a las organizaciones lideradas por jóvenes. Por eso, las autoridades de juventud iberoamericana lanzaron un llamado unificado: destinar al menos el 5% de la financiación climática internacional a projetos liderados por jóvenes. Excelências, isso não é apenas uma bandeira, é o mínimo necessário para escalar soluções que já existem nos nossos territórios e acelerar a agenda de ação da COP. Financiar as juventudes é a solução que apresentamos para alterar o ritmo insuficiente com que temos respondido à urgência que temos diante de nós. Nós, jovens, queremos mudar os paradigmas de desenvolvimento. Não podemos mais reproduzir modelos predatórios que ampliam as desigualdades e a distância entre o norte e o sul. Queremos construir esse outro planeta possível, pois ele é essencial para enxergarmos o nosso futuro e das futuras gerações. Excellencies, let us be clear. This is the COP of truth and implementation. Let us not be naive. We know there will be no implementation without mobilization and funding. There will be no future without strengthening youth. Join us in defending 5% for youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite representatives from civil society organizations to address the conference. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Andrew Wilson on behalf of business and industry NGOs. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me begin with a clear and unequivocal message from the global business community. We are and remain fully committed to ambitious climate action. In the decades since the Paris Agreement was concluded, companies across every sector have unleashed unprecedented waves of innovation, deploying clean technologies, reshaping supply chains, and mobilizing capital at a pace few previously thought possible. The private sector has not waited for permission to act. We have demonstrated both the will and the ability to deliver. But to reach the scale and speed that science and indeed society demand, we need this COP to come away with a political outcome that drives implementation, not just another restatement of aspiration. From a business perspective, the priorities are clear. We need an outcome that provides confidence that governments remain aligned behind the Paris goals and the aim of keeping 1.5 within reach. We need an outcome that accelerates action to build resilience to a changing climate, and above all, we need an outcome that unlocks climate financing across emerging and developing economies. Without a credible pathway for mobilizing private capital at scale in these markets, we cannot meaningfully talk about the global energy transition. Simply put, the world cannot decarbonize on true tracks, and effective implementation can't happen without the underpinning finance. In our view, this COP has a unique opportunity to send a signal with real bite, one that shifts the pace of investment and empowers the real economy to move further, faster, and together. Global business stands ready, make no mistake. We urge ministers, we urge governments to seize this moment and forge an outcome that turns ambition into action and action into real-world impact, just as Paris intended. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Rachita Gupta on behalf of environmental NGOs. Madam, you have the floor.
Chair, parties, comrades. I voluntarily disclose I have no ties with any fossil fuel companies, big agriculture corporations, or any Zionist entities. I begin by sharing our unwavering and absolute solidarity with the indigenous peoples and their right to protest in all forms of expression. We come to this plenary from the streets of BELEM, where more than 70,000 people marched last week and hundreds of thousands mobilized across the world. Their message was clear. People are doing the work the governments refuse to do. When we come to this room, we are being asked to celebrate the Paris Agreement, to applaud ourselves 9 years later. But we ask, celebrate what progress? The UNFCCC was created to cut emissions, yet global emissions continue to rise. Governments were mandated to submit their indices, yet so many did not, and those who did were riddled with false solutions, offsets, carbon markets, and corporate wish lists instead of real emission cuts. We are told Paris was a success, but countries cannot even meet their own minimal, inadequate promises. We are asked to cheer while the world burns. And when it comes to finance, the most basic element of justice, what do we see? Rich countries bicker over brackets, commas, should, could, would, but refuse to commit even a fraction of public finance needed in the global south. These are the same rich countries who caused this crisis, the criminals of carbon, the architects of climate injustice. And now that the world is demanding accountability, they pull every possible trick to dodge responsibility, sabotage climate finance, and block any progress on a real just transition. But let us be clear, a just transition cannot be powered by offsets, carbon markets, CCS fantasies, or land grabs. A just transition must center workers, farmers, indigenous peoples, women, peasants, fisher folk, queer, frontline communities, not polluters. But what do we see instead? No money for adaptation, loss and damage, or just transition. Rich governments cannot find any money for survival of humanity, yet spend 5% of their GDP on defense, pour trillions into weapons, militarization, and war. Countries and corporations willingly fuel genocide from Palestine to across the world, but refuse to even count military emissions in their climate reporting. They have money for violence, but not for justice. And then we are told that this COP is an inclusive space, where frontline voices will be heard. But we witnessed the silencing of civil society, of frontline organizations, of indigenous people right here in the heart of Amazon. We see badges for 1,600 fossil fuel lobbyists, 530 CCS lobbyists, and 300 industrial agricultural lobbyists. So there are badges for polluters, but no access for us. Let us not forget this process was born from the struggle of the streets in the streets of Rio, where people demanded global climate action in 1992. 33 years later, we are back in Brazil, but this institution has forgotten its origins. The UNFCCC exists because people built it, and today those people are being silenced. The COP cannot succeed while the voices of those least responsible and most affected are silenced. The people's movement outside have shown us a different path. Real solutions exist. We'll continue to fight for that inside these halls, outside these gates, and across the world. Because if governments will not deliver justice, people's movements will. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Jyoti Fernandez on behalf of farmers and agricultural NGOs. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jyoti Fernandez from the UK, speaking on behalf of the farmers' constituency. Farmers are facing existential threats from floods, droughts, and extreme weather that threaten our ability to produce food and other ecosystem services we all depend on. Prioritizing adaptation is key to aligning high-level goals with on-the-ground realities, injecting new energy into climate efforts, and rebuilding trust in this process. A just rural transition that reflects the realities of rural economies and farming systems requires a global goal on adaptation that captures adaptation on farm, reflects diverse agro-ecosystems, and is supported by dedicated adaptation finance, available, accessible, and predictable at grassroots level, delivered primarily through grants, concessional funding, and non-debt creating instruments. Long-term investment in agricultural resilience by leveraging farmers' organizations as direct channels and trusted intermediaries. Protecting the rights of farmers, including peasants and rural communities, safeguarding the fundamental priority of food security. We are incredibly disappointed that agricultural negotiations continue to fail to deliver for farmers. But despite this, because of this, we double down on our commitment to working with the presidency and parties to ensure that farmers' diverse experiences and vital contributions are fully reflected in the process and its outcomes. The recognition of farmers' role and engagement is essential to realizing the objectives of the Paris Agreement, upholding the right to food and fulfilling the global commitment to a truly sustainable development, leaving no farmer behind.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Sophia Luna Kuite on behalf of indigenous peoples' organizations. Madam, you have the floor.
Greetings. At this COP, indigenous peoples of the 7 sociocultural regions have presented our proposals for the protection of our collective rights, knowledge systems, and rights to our territories. We are disappointed with the current state of negotiations. While this COP is being called the Indigenous Peoples COP, agenda items including the Global Stock Day, the Global Goal on Adaptation, the Global Multi-RAO, and climate finance are proceeding with insufficient inclusion of our rights and priorities. In the Just Transition Work Program, some states have proposed to weaken references to indigenous peoples' rights and erase much-needed protections for indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contact. This is a red line for us. Today's transition pathways are expanding fossil fuel extraction, mining for so-called transitional or critical mineral, large-scale renewable energy projects, and agribusinesses without our free, prior, and informed consent, putting our lives, cultures, and territories at risk, and threatening the very survival of indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation. The UN adoption on the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007 reaffirmed the collective rights of indigenous peoples, and in 2025, the UN Human Rights Council explicitly recognized the rights of indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation. It is therefore deeply concerning that some states are now attempting to weaken references to our rights when this language has been affirmed by the UN system. We are also concerned about protests that have been taking place outside the venue last week, and we stress that indigenous peoples continue to be marginalized in spaces where decisions are made about us. The actions taken by our relatives from Brazil were powerful articulations of this long-standing frustration. We stand firmly with those who are affected by mining, mercury, contamination, oil development, deforestation, and the destruction of the Amazon, their home. We call on parties to ensure that COP30 decisions deliver concrete inclusion of our rights and priorities, not just symbolic mentions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Igor Normando on behalf of local government and municipal authorities. Sir, you have the floor.
Gostaria de cumprimentar inicialmente os distintos delegadas. Quero aqui falar principalmente sobre aquilo que nos é mais caro. Eu sou o prefeito Igor Normando, prefeito de Belém, cidade sede da COP30, e hoje, como prefeito da cidade, mas sobretudo como cidadão amazônida, sei da importância que este evento traz para a nossa cidade, porque é um grito de liberdade. A Amazônia, durante muitos séculos, foi apenas mais um capítulo dos livros de história. E agora nós estamos mostrando para o mundo os nossos desafios, mas as nossas soluções. E o quanto as soluções estão nas florestas, vinda do povo da floresta. Falo também em nome da Constituinte LGMA, que compreende que a colaboração multinível e urbana no âmbito da UNFCCC é fundamental para que a gente possa avançar na tão falada resiliência climática e preservação do meio ambiente. Não existe mudança sem ação, não existe nenhum tipo de implementação se todos nós não nos juntarmos em prol de um só objetivo, que é construir um planeta mais solidário e mais justo. Não existe, de forma alguma, justiça climática, se não houver também justiça social. É importante olhar os rios, olhar a floresta, mas se torna fundamental da mesma forma que possamos olhar aqueles que vivem nas florestas. Nós, amazônicos, sabemos os nossos desafios, mas, sobretudo, compreendemos também o nosso potencial. E hoje, o que trago aqui é uma mensagem das cidades, para que a gente possa avançar em colaboração e que o mundo passe a olhar a Amazônia com mais respeito. Muito obrigado e sejam bem-vindos a Belém, capital da Amazônia.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Emily Caroline Costa Silva on behalf of research and independent NGOs. Madam, you have the floor.
Agradeço à presidente a oportunidade de discursar nessa plenária em nome do Ringo. Ringo reconhece a dedicação das partes e dos observadores em promover o esforço climático global aqui em Belém e a liderança da presidência da COP em demonstrar que a colaboração global funciona. Elogiamos a energia positiva e o compromisso universal com o multilateralismo nessa conferência. As consultas multirão têm sido construtivas e direcionadas. Encorajamos a presidência e as partes a continuarem nesse espírito e aguardamos decisões robustas até o fim da semana. Ringo continua a enfatizar a importância de uma tomada de decisão e de políticas transparentes, inclusivas e cooperativas, baseada em ciência multidisciplinar, moderna e sólida, incluindo as ciências sociais e humanas. Igualmente essencial é o alinhamento com o conhecimento indígena, tradicional e das comunidades locais, que carrega gerações de experiência, gestão e compreensão contextual dos ecossistemas. As soluções devem basear-se em conhecimento científico credível e rigorosamente avaliado para orientar a tomada de decisões eficazes. Isso aplica-se a todas as questões aqui consideradas em Belém. Permitam-me destacar alguns exemplos. A ciência e a pesquisa são essenciais para as NDCs robustas e alinhadas com a meta 1.5, para o desenvolvimento de fontes inovadoras de financiamento climático, para a integridade do mercado de carbono no que diz respeito às perdas e danos, para os programas de trabalho de mitigação e adaptação, bem como para a geração de dados que permitem a elaboração de relatórios sobre o Acordo de Paris. Agradecemos o Dia da Informação sobre a Terra e atualizações abrangentes de uma ampla gama de organizações, mas compartilhamos da preocupação com o declínio relatado no apoio às observações da Terra. Incentivamos a CMA a concluir o trabalho de aprimoramento dos procedimentos para o balanço global, pois eles têm implicações significativas sobre como a comunidade de pesquisa pode melhorar e contribuir com o segundo GST. Nossa diversificada comunidade de pesquisa representa especialistas em agricultura, artigo 6, criosfera, finanças, perdas e danos, saúde, oceanos e tecnologia. Por fim, oferecemos o nosso apoio enquanto comunidade de conhecimento e ação para a concretização das metas climáticas. Obrigada.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Rebecca Aquila on behalf of the trade union NGOs. Madam, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, I greet you all. It's an honor to be standing here before you. My name is Rebecca Okello, a climate policy officer from the Central Organization of Trade Unions, Kenya. There is a growing feeling of disappointment with workers and their unions with the promises of the climate and clean energy transition. Workers in the fossil fuel intensive sectors do not see the support they need, both in terms of compensation packages and training opportunities to help them through the transition out of fossil fuels. The jobs created in renewable energy, in renewables are fewer than in the polluting industry, and too often, no decent and quality jobs with good pay. Governments are not providing answers to the climate emergency that we are facing. More and more of workers are facing with deeply heat waves and floods, while the protection are not being provided. Trade unions are proposing a just transition based on the protection and promotion of labor rights, and the answers to this loss of trust in climate and clean energy policy. We have many good national examples where we can build on. The German model of social dialogue and collective bargaining is an important and positive model. We also see good examples in the Global South. In my country, we have trade unions in all sectors, some that are working on climate action. This important work should also receive a place in the UNFCCC. That is why we are asking BELEM action mechanism of just transition to be decided at COP30. We don't want to create a new finance mechanism. We want all climate finance to respect just transition criteria. We also don't want to create a heavy new UN institution. We want cooperation between UN institutions such as the UNFCCC and the ILO. And above all, we want a mechanism that provides for the engagement with all the relevant stakeholders, especially with workers and the trade unions. The BELEM action mechanism is a unique chance for COP30 to have a legacy that is relevant for workers and their families. We hope the government will be able to deliver this by the end of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Esther Sena on behalf of the Women and Gender Constituency. Madam, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Esther Sena, represento a GD10 Instituto da Mulher Negra y somos miembros del Grupo Constituinte de Mujeres y Género. Entramos en la segunda semana de la COP con una mayor atención a los textos de negociación. Este es un momento en que se puede consolidar los avances que tanto esperamos la población afuera de las salas. Pero lo que estamos viviendo es cómo se debilitan, se dejan de lado o se abandonan los derechos humanos. La inclusión de una perspectiva de género en las acciones climáticas no es un mero complemento de una cuestión paralela. Es un elemento estructural de cualquier respuesta eficaz al marco de la Convención. Cuando se elimina o se diluye la lenguaje de género en los textos, el impacto es real. Se reduce la ambición, se deliberan las decisiones y se pierden oportunidades para llevar a cabo acciones verdaderamente transformadoras. Las mujeres y las personas no conformes con lo género, especialmente aquellas que se encuentran en la primera línea en los territorios y comunidades más afectados, como las comunidades indígenas, afrodescendientes, incluidas las comunidades quilombolas, las comunidades de religiones tradicionales africanas y muchas otras. Ya están liderando soluciones de materia de mitigación, adaptación y justicia climática. La justicia de género sin justicia racial, sin justicia económica, no es más que retórica. Una retórica que sigue beneficiando a los mismos países e empresas que se lucran con la emergencia climática y el aumento de la desigualdad, a tiempo que ninguém el reconocimiento de las populaciones que sacan sus tierras, sus cuerpos y sus derechos colectivos. Pedimos coherencia, que esta realidad se refleja adecuadamente en la lenguaje de los textos y los resultados de esta COP. La COP30 será seguida acerca por el mundo y la historia que se contará en Belém dependerá de las decisiones que se tomen ahora. Esperamos que se recuerde como la COP que consolidó los compromisos para avanzar hacia de una fase de implementación y no como la que permitió retrocesos y quedó como otra ronda de negociaciones climáticas vacías. Les pedimos que las transiciones que no transicionen nuestras debilitada a confiança em processos multilaterais e é o compromisso das partes que garantizar para que o reconhecimento da igualdade de gênero e racial se mantenha um elemento transversal e inegociável. Muitas gracias.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Yazid Salahuddin on behalf of the Children and Youth NGOs. Sir, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished co-chairs, delegates, fellow observers, my name is Yazid Salahuddin Mikhail. I speak on behalf of Children and Youth Constituency, Yungo. I voluntarily disclose that I have no direct ties to fossil fuel industry and no conflict of interest. Children and young people are expecting this COP to deliver real tangible progress across all negotiation tracks, not promises, not placeholders. On finance, we call for a standalone agenda item on Article 9.1 with clear milestone to scale up adequate grant-based finance and at least tripling adaptation finance grounded in equity, justice, and ensuring predictable direct access for those on the front line. We demand an adaptation package with an agreed list of child and youth-sensitive GGA indicators and a new adaptation finance goal that responds to the developing countries' need. We must undertake concrete technical follow-up work on indicators. On just transition, we call for the establishment of a BELEM action mechanism firmly guided by established just transition principles, including respect for labor rights, intergenerational equity, care economy, and free, prior, and informed consent. On loss and damage, we welcome the FILD's launch, but funding remains far below the 450 billion needed yearly, risking a liquidity crisis by 2027. The WMI review must link finance to human rights, require aid and gender disaggregated data, and recognize non-economic losses affecting children and youth. On mitigation, we call for a commitment toward a just transition away from all fossil fuel with major emitters using the MWP outcome to immediately submit enhanced NDC with aligned 1.5 GST2 must be fully inclusive, grounded in IPCC science, finalized with strong modalities in BELEM. On nature, we urge a deforestation roadmap in cover decision to halt and reverse deforestation by 2030. We affirm the need to have a draft text or Rio Convention synergies, including strengthening the mandate of the Joint Liaison Group and the establishment of an ad hoc technical expert group and a joint work program. On children's rights, we urge parties to include the primary consideration of children across work programs and decisions, such as the mutual decision, and to guarantee the continuity of the expert dialogue on children and climate change held at SB 60. We also call on parties to formally recognize the 2025 Global Youth Statement, the largest declaration of youth around the world on climate change, at the mutual decision outcome. If COP30 is to be the COP of truths, it needs to acknowledge the uncomfortable reality of the discrepancy between what the citizens back home need and what negotiations are set to deliver. It is time for your action to save our planet, our future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Tonia Torelli Hendricks on behalf of the faith-based organizations. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, distinguished participants, dear brothers and sisters, as the planet confronts an existential emergency, faith communities are alarmed by the international community's inaction. Our traditions hold no self-interest in global climate negotiations. We advocate for all life on Earth. A decade after the Paris Agreement, we stand firmly for our planet, for the most vulnerable, and for future generations of every species. Our communities are united by moral teachings calling us to work for climate justice and to uphold a human rights approach that prioritizes the voice of the most impacted. Only 10% of the world's population has been responsible for 2/3 of greenhouse gas emissions since 1990. Those most responsible must take the lead in reducing emissions and providing the financial resources for a just transition. Today, 3.4 billion people live in countries that spend more on servicing debt than on responding to the climate emergency and on essential services. The debt crisis intensifies the climate crisis, and the climate crisis worsens the debt crisis. This must stop. We welcome the Brazilian presidency's global ethical solutions and stocktake, but ethics must be more than symbolic. They must shape decisions and outcomes. In the spirit of Mitiro, walking together, supporting one another, and leaving no one behind, we call upon COP30 to secure that all climate actions are founded on equity and human rights, including gender equity and the protection of indigenous people, submit ambitious NDCs in line with climate science, deliver on climate finance to the levels of $1.3 trillion yearly without generating new debt, advance levels as a cornerstone of climate finance and include debt cancellation in climate finance negotiations, adopt a just transition work program that accelerates the transition to renewables while tackling inequalities, and finally, phase out fossil fuels by adopting the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Rosa Maria Juarez Cobeñas on behalf of the Disability Caucus. Madam, you have the floor.
Excelencias, estados, observadores, colegas. Mi nombre es Rosa María Juárez Cobeñas y hablo en nombre del Grupo de Discapacidad. Nos encontramos en un momento decisivo para la respuesta mundial frente a la crisis climática. Para que esta respuesta sea efectiva, todas las personas deben poder participar de manera plena y significativa. Sin embargo, las personas con discapacidad, especialmente quienes también enfrentan discriminación por género, identidad LGBTQ+, identidad indígena, edad, ubicación o situación socioeconómica, enfrentan riesgos desproporcionados y siguen infrarrepresentadas en las políticas climáticas. Datos recientes muestran que el 72% de las NDCA aún no mencionan la discapacidad. Solo el 14% incluyen medidas concretas. Somos el 16% de la población mundial. Esta exclusión es inaceptable. Nuestro liderazgo, conocimiento y experiencia son claves para construir soluciones climáticas justas y eficaces. Para garantizar una participación equitativa, es imprescindible contar con un grupo de discapacidad formalmente establecido dentro de la CMNSU como órgano constituyente para avanzar hacia una acción climática sostenible, inclusiva y basada en los derechos humanos. Solicitamos también 3 compromisos: crear un grupo de trabajo específico dentro de la CCMNS para las personas con discapacidad, exigir a las partes que incorporen informes detallados sobre inclusión de la discapacidad en sus CNDC y estrategias de adaptación en el próximo balance global, promover la equidad interseccional mediante la información sistemática de la discapacidad junto con género y edad y todas las políticas. Para garantizar estos compromisos, la accesibilidad debe considerarse un pilar fundamental. El tiempo es corto. La COP30 debe generar compromisos audaces y sistémicos que garanticen que las personas con discapacidad nunca se queden atrás. Las soluciones que funcionan para nosotros funcionarán para todas las personas y son esenciales para un futuro verdaderamente inclusivo, resiliente y justo. Gracias.
Thank you, Madam. Dear colleagues, I thank all intergovernmental organizations and non-governmental organizations for your statements. Distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the statement by IGOs and NGOs and the end of the high-level segment. With this, I declare this joint meeting of COP, CMP and CMA closed.